Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Raps Baseball's live commentary of the Nippon Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we are going to be bringing you the second game of the three-game set between the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks and the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters. Last night, it was all Hawks, a 7-1 victory over the Fighters, but the big story was Levon Moinello on the hill. Only a couple of hits that he allowed in his 6 innings of work. And the Fighters falling another one in the series against the Hawks. Another piece of information that sometimes gets overlooked, these two teams have played 18 games this year, and it has been about as one-sided as you could get. The Hawks are winners of 15 of the 18 games. They have outscored the Fighters by a total of 6.19 runs for, only 3.15 runs against. They are swinging the bats well. They're putting up runs. The only thing in the tail of the tape that the Fighters are doing a little bit better than the Hawks, they're out-homering them. Unfortunately, it's not translating into more runs. Well, we'll give you the starting lineups, first of all, tonight for the visitors from Fukuoka. Leading off tonight and playing in right field is number 31, Tomoya Masaki. Hitting second in center field is number 23, Yukio Shudo. Hitting third and doing designated hitting is number 3, Kensuke Kondo. In the cleanup spot and playing third base is number 24, Ryoya Kurihara. Batting fifth in left field is number 9, Yuki Yanagita. Hitting sixth and doing the catching is number 39, Yudai Yamamoto. Batting seventh at second base is number 8, Taisi Makihara. Batting eighth at first base, wearing number 33, is Ryuta Hirose. And batting ninth, then at shortstop, is number 25, Yudai Shoji. And they're going to be facing tonight for the Fighters. It'll be Haruki Hosono. Takes to the mound with a 3-5 record. He's worked 69 in the third innings this year. He's allowed 48 hits, 24 runs, 22 have been earned, walking 20 and striking out 79 while pitching to a 2.86 earned run average. Now your starting lineup for the home team, the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters. Leading off tonight and playing shortstop is number 43, Tatsuki Mizuno. Batting second in left field is number 3, Yuya Gunji. Hitting third at first base, wearing number 21, is Kotaro Kiyomiya. In the cleanup spot and doing the designated hitting is number 99, Franmil Reyes. Batting in the fifth spot and playing third base is number 39, Naoki Arizono. Batting sixth in right field is number 5, Yuki Nomura. In the seventh spot and playing second base is number 6, Rodolfo Castro. Hitting eighth in center field is number 53, Ryo Isabata. And batting ninth, the catcher, number 33, is Yuya Shinto. And they're going to be facing Naoyuki Iwasawa, who takes to the hill for the Hawks. He is 7-4 on the year. He's worked 90 in the third innings. He's allowed 82 hits, 32 runs, 25 have been earned. He's walked 20, struck out 82, and he's pitched to a 2.49 earned run average. Those are your starting lineups. We'll be back with all the action in a couple of minutes. As first pitch is just around the corner, the ceremonial first pitch has just been taken care of. Stay with us, everyone. Look forward to having you tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. We'll give it to you now so that we don't have to get bugged through the stream. At the 5-minute mark, we'll direct everybody back as necessary. If you're looking for a broadcast of tonight's game, TVH1 or Gaora Sports are taking it on the TV. If you're looking for it online, DAZN, Rakuten TV, and Baseball Live will be able to take you where you need to go. Well, here comes the first batter of the game, and the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses upstairs to Tomoya Masaki, and the count is quickly 1-0. Masaki, Shudo, and Kondo to come to bat here in inning number 1. As our friend Samurai Prayer joins us again tonight, welcome to the stream. Fastball swung on. This ball is popped up into center field. Moving in on it, underneath it, with plenty of room to make the catch is Isobata. And there is one away here for the Hawks in their half of the first inning. And that is going to bring up the center fielder in Yukio Shudo. Shudo batting .280 on the season with a couple of homers and 28 runs batted in. He is somebody that you want to try to keep off the base paths. He has 25 stolen bases this year. Hawks have a couple of players in their lineup who can really move around. The 30-year-old is arguably at the top of his game right now, as the pitch on the way from Hosono is a fastball that catches the knees for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. These two teams went head-to-head last night, and it was all Hawks, as it's been through the season series. Breaking ball misses up and away, and the count runs even to 1-1 on Shudo. Shudo batting from the left side here against the lefty Hosono. Hosono, when he comes set, he really lifts his arms up over his head and brings it down almost a little bit old school. There's a breaking ball missing way outside. The count now goes to 2-1. Again, the only game in town, or the early game is the only game in town, so to speak. All the other games will go off later this evening in a few hours' time. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined over the head of the second baseman, Rodolfo Castro, into right field. And Shudo is aboard with a single, and that is going to bring up the DH in Kensuke Kondo. And our friend Not Olmec is back in the house. Glad to have you back in here. Thank you for taking the time to come in and listen to our call here tonight. It is tonight, tomorrow night. We'll take Friday off, and then we'll be back at it on the weekend. I believe Hawks and Buffaloes will be our games, and then we're going to go dark for a little bit, as we are going to be on the other side of the ocean. We'll be in Asia for a couple of weeks, and then we'll return in September with a vengeance. We're going to call a pile of games leading into the playoffs. Breaking ball that misses upstairs. The count is 1-0 to Kondo. Kondo hitting .313 on the year with 24 homers and 89 runs batted in. Bats from the left side. Had a spectacular game last night, both at the plate, but more so in the field. Not known for his defense. A couple of sliding catches and foul territory that he had to run a long way to get. He swings through a fastball, and the count now goes even at 1-1 to Kondo. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Left-hander against the left-hander. Sono getting his side from Shinto tonight, who is catching for the Fighters as he works himself again to the set. And 1-1 on the way. It is a fastball missing upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Kondo. Fighters are going to have to find a way to string some hits together tonight. The big boss has been tinkering with his lineup, maybe a little too much. I don't know if he's a bit too cute. Every time we watch the Fighters, I need to pull out the program and to identify some of the players that he has in there, because it's always changing. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. Count remains at 2-2. One constant, though, is Franmil Reyes, and another constant, at least this year, has been the play of Tetsuki Mizuno, the shortstop of the Fighters. Very, very solid year this year for the Hokkaido Ball Club. Go Chicken Hawk. Yeah, there we go. More Ped Genius in the house. Welcome you into the stream. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, but instead they flip it over to first base, and easily getting back is the base runner Shudo. More of a token toss. Shudo gets his lead over at first base. The lefty working himself into the set position. And the pitch is on the way. It's a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the left field line. And 2-2 it is on Kondo. I'm not sure what the over-under on this one here tonight would be. I would have thought last night's matchup would have presented a good opportunity for an under with Moinelo and Ito, but that sure didn't take place. But in tonight's matchup, with the average runs with these two teams playing being just over 9 a game, as there's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner and the count runs full to Kondo. I would think that we are going to see some runs put on the board here again tonight. So if you've taken the under, well, normally that's a good play. I just don't know about today. Our friend Good Battle League is back. We're glad to have you in the house. 3 balls and 2 strikes as Kondo waits on the pitch here from Hosono. He delivers. It's a fastball swung on. The runner was on the move. It is lifted into left field, coming in hard, still coming in hard, and having to make the catch on the run is the left fielder Gunji. And retreating back to first base will be Yukio Shudo. He had to come a long way. They were really playing Kondo deep and more towards, or at least where Gunji was playing, he was playing a little bit towards the left field line. Wasn't quite straight up. But he had to come a mile to have to make that catch. That's 2 in the books here, and that's going to bring up the third baseman, Ryoya Kurihara. Well, for Kurihara, he is having a steady season, hitting .251, 32 homers, and 85 runs batted in. Leads the Pacific League in home runs as they throw over to first base, and easily getting back is Shudo. Lefty Hosono works to the set, now delivers. Fastball that misses just outside for a ball. Count is 1-0. I just have a feeling it's going to be one of those nights. The home plate umpire is a little stingy here in the first inning. We might be in for a bit of a haul. I don't know if he's squeezing the home pitcher in so much as that. And there is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to first. They're going to have to hurry to make the play. Nice play by the first baseman, Kiyomiya, who flips it to the pitcher covering. It is going to be a ground out, 3-1 on the putout. Kurihara gone for the third out of the inning, and that's going to do it for the Hawks in inning number 1. No runs in the inning, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. Your scores were through a half inning. It is the Hawks, nothing, and the Fighters coming to bat. Stick around, everybody. Rico says SoftBank Hawks. Gouda says over 7.5. All will be revealed here over the next 3 hours. Hopefully you guys will stick around for all the action. We'll be back in just a few right after this.
Do you hear that? My sanity about to break while everyone I know's out. On a trip, on a boat, on a lake. I'm tired of feeling all FOMO, babe. I don't even care if we stay home. Put our to-do list on ice. We crank the AC to 79 and make
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom of the first inning as Naoyuki Uesawa is completing his tune-up tosses. We'll be ready to get this one going as it'll be Mizuno, Gunji, and Kiyomiya to come to bat. Our friend Ethan says, do you think the Fighters can win this one? Well, as we said at the top of the stream, odds are not in their favor. 18 times these teams have met this year, and the Fighters have only won 3. It has been a tough season for the Fighters, especially at the beginning of the year. I felt that the Fighters, this was their year to overtake the Hawks, and it's not looking that way at all. In fact, they're looking a little bit more fragile as the season goes on. I hope they would be thinking about trying to peak for the playoffs here in mid-August, but right now that is not such the case. And the first pitch on the way from Uwasawa is a breaking ball that is waved at and missed. The count is quickly 0-1. Hawks tonight, defensively from left to right field, Yanagita in left, Shudo in center, and Masaki in right. As Uwasawa kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on. It's pop foul over on the third base side. The count is 0-2. Around the horn from first to third for the Hawks, it is Hirose at first. Makihara is at second tonight. At short, it is Shoji, and over at third, Kurihara with the battery of Uwasawa and Yamamoto. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and lifted foul, and the count now remains 0-2 to Mizuno. Our friend 76 Fish in the house. He says he's on the Hawks for back-to-back nights. And the Screaming Chicken has also made an appearance. We're welcoming you back into the stream. Everything is going pretty good tonight. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called third strike. I'm not sure what Mizuno was looking for, but that thing was center cut. And he's going to walk back to the dugout for out number 1, and that'll bring up the left fielder in Yuya Gunji. Looking forward to this one all day today. Another good pitching matchup between these two clubs, with Uwasawa and Hosono. I think maybe the word competitive matchup between the two would be acceptable to use. And there is a split finger pitch that is swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Yuya Gunji. Gunji hitting .247 on the year with 5 homers and 23 runs driven in. Tomorrow night's pitching matchup, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be Sachiya Yamazaki for the Fighters. If the Fighters are going to get a win, maybe Yamazaki does it. Split finger pitch swung on and fouled away. The count 0-2 to Gunji. Yamazaki going, and on the other side of the ledger, it'll be Yugo Maeda who is going to take to the hill for the Hawks. So on the getaway day, I look for that. Although I have to say, Maeda is a perfect 10-0 for Fukuoka this year, having an outstanding season. There's the pitch. Can't win them all. There's a split finger pitch missing down, and the count goes to 1-2 on Gunji. Ethan says, how is the Fighters pitcher? Both of these pitchers are pretty comparable tonight. I would probably say Uwasawa, the Hawks pitcher, has the slight edge. Fastball misses inside, and the count is 2-2. As far as their numbers are concerned, Uwasawa slightly better ERA, a little bit more in the strikeout department. He's worked a few more innings. His record is above 500, whereas Hosono is below, but that doesn't really indicate how he's pitched. And there is a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and Gunji's in the books for out number 2, so 2 batters up and 2 retired via the strikeout. And that is going to bring up the first baseman in Kentaro Kiyomiya. Screaming Chicken asked the question in the NPB, who is considered to have the best farm system or overall development of players? It's a good question. I don't know if I can answer that in one fell swoop here. That might take a little time to digest and put it together. First pitch fastball misses down and away, and the count is 1-0 to Kiyomiya. Kiyomiya batting on the season .243 with 12 homers and 44 runs driven in. And there's a fastball he swings through and misses, and the count runs even to 1-1. Swaggy Dream wants to know who he thinks is going to win this game tonight. I'm leaning Hawks again tonight. I think tomorrow I might change the needle to the Fighters, but still leaning in favor of the Hawks. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count now is 1-2 to Kiyomiya. And if you are here for the Fighters, and you heard me say that, it's nothing personal. Don't have any allegiance to either of these clubs. Just feel that the way the Hawks are playing, that would be the piece. Oh, there's a breaking ball that comes inside and hits Kiyomiya. If you're going to get hit by a pitch, that's the pitch that you want to get drilled by. Might be an awkward spot, but Kiyomiya is going to make his way to first base. Certainly don't want to hit him on a 1-2 curveball inside. Caught him on the back of the elbow guard. He let that one get away, and that sets the table for Franmil Reyes. And in last night's game, one of the 2 hits that Levon Moinello gave up left the yard in a big-time hurry as Reyes deposited a ball into the left field bullpen. So he comes to the plate here, batting .318 on the year with 26 homers and 64 RBIs. Maybe the home run last night will be a sign that he's going to start to heat up again. First pitch fastball misses off the outside corner, and the count is 1-0 to Reyes. For those of you who joined us, we'll be back on again tomorrow night for action yet again. As the 1-0 pitch coming to the big fella, it's a fastball taken for a called strike. As we mentioned, then on the weekend, we are going to be looking at doing the Hawks and the Buffaloes. As we are looking to wrap that. That would be the Saturday and Sunday games. It's only a 2-game set on the weekend. Not sure why the schedule makers have done that. Fastball swung on, grounded to the left side of the infield, backhanded by the shortstop. Oh, what a nice play by Shoji. He throws to the second baseman, Taisi Makihara, covering. And they're going to nail the runner, Kiyomiya, going to second base. They're going to see if they're going to challenge. It doesn't look like they are. And that is going to do it here in the first inning for the Fighters. A fielder's choice. It goes in the book 6-4 on the putout for out number 3. And that'll do it here for Hokkaido in inning number 1. No runs in the inning, no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard. Your scores, we're now moving to the top of the second inning. It is the Hawks nothing and the Fighters nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a couple of moments. Appreciate you for jumping in on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel with all the action tonight. Welcome back, everybody. Yuki Yanagita steps to the plate, and he swings at a first pitch breaking ball from Hosono, grounds it softly over to Rodolfo Castro. And with one pitch, we have one away here to start the second inning. It's a ground out 4-3 in the books, and that is going to bring up the catcher in Yudai Yamamoto. Well, Yudai Yamamoto has potentially solved a issue here for the Hawks, at least for a couple of seasons anyway. Catcher acquired in a trade with the Yokohama DNA Bay Stars. As our friend Tim comes in, who's a Bay Star fan, takes a first pitch fastball for a called strike. Since coming over, he's batting .344 with 2 homers and 21 runs batted in. Personally speaking, I think the Hawks have been dry behind the plate since Takuya Kai left for greener pastures with the Giants. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count now 0-2. Our friend Ward Ped Genius says it looks like the chicken hawk. Yeah, it kind of does. He's just missing the glasses. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, and Yamamoto lifts it foul down the right field line, and the count remains at 0-2. We're already looking for the strikeout totals. A little early here after the first inning, but the pitcher Uesawa for the Hawks has 2. Sono yet to open up the account. There's a breaking ball that misses way outside. The count is 1-2. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Well, we gave everybody the information back at the 5-minute mark. So if you want to go and find the stream, just zing back to about the 5.5-minute mark. We explain where the games are at on TV and online. And there you can watch it from there. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-2. We do that kind of every night, so we don't have to repeat it 9,567,000 times. So go to the 5.5-minute mark. If you guys are interested, we dropped it there where you can find the games. And it depends on what country you're in and where you're at. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. As the lefty kicks and delivers, slow breaking ball misses way upstairs. Count goes 2-2. We didn't give the Hawks defensive lineup in the first inning from left to right field tonight. Gunji is in left. The center fielder is Isobata, and in right it is Nomura. Around the horn from first to third, you've got Kiyomiya at first. Second baseman is Castro. Shortstop Mizuno, and the third baseman Arizona with the battery of Hosono and Shinto. As that fastball is swung on and chopped foul over on the third base side, the count remains at 2s to Yamamoto. He's already turning into a quality at-bat. This is going to be the 8th pitch of the at-bat delivered here to Yamamoto. Sono nods in agreement as he works himself into the set. And here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, lined into left field for a base hit, and the hot-hitting Yamamoto continues to swing the stick as he's got himself a base hit with 1 gone here, and that is going to bring up the second baseman in Taisi Makihara. So Makihara steps to the plate, batting .292 on the year. He's got 4 homers and 36 runs batted in. Makihara batting from the left side here against the lefty Hosono. Very left-handed hitting heavy lineup for the Hawks. A lot of right-handed sticks in the lineup of impactful force. As the lefty delivers, it's a fastball that is taken for a called strike. And the count is 0-1 to Makihara. Makihara waggling the bat, waiting on the offering from Hosono. As the 0-1 ready to deliver, pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside, and the count runs even to 1-1 on Makihara. Makihara had a pretty solid game in last night's affair, as he had himself 3 knocks, and the reward for that is you get to leave the game early. As the lefty Sono works again to the set. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball swung on and dribbled foul over on the third base side. I think he cued that off the end of the bat. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Runner at first is Yamamoto. 1 gone here in the second inning. Hawks looking to do some damage here as the lefty Makihara waits on the lefty Hosono. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on. Taps softly back to the pitcher. They go to second for 1. Back to first. It's not going to be in time. That's going to be a fielder's choice. It's going to go in the books on a 1-6 putout as Yamamoto's gone for the second out of the inning. Makihara safe on the backside. So that is going to bring up the first baseman in Ryuta Hirose. Nice job by Hosono to get off the mound, fielding his position. That was a pretty good ball over to second base. So that is going to bring up Hirose to the plate. Hirose hitting .236, no homers and 4 runs batted in. As the lefty ready to deliver here. And the first pitch on the way, it is a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes. Getting the start here tonight. That's the lefty ready to go. And he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball, misses down and in, and the count is 2-0. Question is, does the guy read the chat? Yeah, we read the chat. And if you would have came in about 5 minutes earlier, or actually 30 seconds earlier, you would have heard that we would have told you what it was. But you get a free service. We're giving you the game. Sit back and enjoy the game. And listen to the call, because we'll update it for you as we move along. Here's the 2-0 pitch. It's a fastball. Take it for a called strike. And the count is 2-1 to Hirose. We're talking about right-handed batters in the lineup. Jay Wet Bussin says at the 5 minute mark, it's 5 minutes and 30 seconds. I give you all the information of where you can go and find it. I think it was 5:36 or something along those lines. You just have to sit back and listen. It give you the TV spots and the online distribution. Our friend God is Great is in the house. We appreciate you for being here. So we've got 3 balls and 1 strike here to Hirose. Harrison in the house as well. Thank you for popping in. Fastball swung on, grounded over to third. Arizona fields it, fires across the diamond, and he's going to get Hirose by a half a step. It's a ground out 5-3, and that's going to do it here for the Hawks in their half of inning number 2. No runs in the inning. There was a hit, no errors, and there was a runner left aboard. Your scores, we move to the bottom of the second. We're locked at zeros. Stick around, everybody. Our friend Harrison's here. He'll keep you entertained in the chat. Harrison, tell them all the good things while you're here, and we'll be back in just a few after this musical timeout. Stay with us, everybody. Nothing. It is the Hawks and the Fighters when we return after this.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me who gon' rise and fall. I've been running from my flaws, still I'm standing 10 feet tall. Mirror, mirror, don't you lie, I can see it in my eyes. Truth gon' surface every time, even when no other dancing with my shadow in a room full of gold, trying to count on my regrets like the stories I told. Mama said, boy, don't sell your soul for applause, but the silence louder now than a million God. I seen kings fall quick for a hit on a rail, seen queens trade crowns for a 6-figure deal. I don't blame them.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters to come to bat for the Fighters in inning number 2. That means Arizona, Nomura, and Castro to face the right-hander Naoyuki Uwasawa, who's ready to go again. First pitch, breaking ball, take it for a called strike. Only 16 pitches in the first inning for Uwasawa. Came out throwing strikes, and he was doing fairly well other than hitting the batter Kiyomiya. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count runs even to 1-1 on Arizona. Arizona's had himself a good couple of games. He had a big night last night, or at least in terms of hits. I checked that a couple nights ago in terms of hits. There's a fastball swung on. This is grounded into center field for a base hit, past the glove of the shortstop. Arizona continuing to swing the hot stick. He's aboard with a leadoff single here to start the second, and that's going to bring up the right fielder in Yuki Nomura. Just looking at my stats, or looking to find my stats from last night. as we keep all the information. Sometimes it gets a little bit lost and shuffled around in the shuffle. Information that we have for the two teams between the Hawks and the Fighters yesterday. This is bringing to the plate. It is Nomura, and the first pitch to Nomura is a fastball that just misses, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes. Friend Rico says he's listening in from New York City. Glad you could make it in here. I'd like to see the NPB go to some more weekday games and early games, especially next year if, as they say, the lockout is about to take place. There's a fastball ticket for a called strike, and the count is 1-1 to Nomura. North American audience, especially on the West Coast, they have 1 o'clock games in Japan. That's a 9 o'clock start. On the Pacific Coast, get a lot of chance to watch the games. Breaking ball misses way down and away to Nomura, and the count now goes to 2-1. Just looking at the numbers from last night's game. If I remember off the top of my head, it was 14 hits last night for the Hawks. And it was 3 hits last night for the Fighters. It set a premium as Levan Manello was absolutely dealing. Throw over first base and diving back in time is the runner Arizona. So 2 balls and 1 strike here. Arizona gets his lead over at first base. Right-hander works himself to the belt. Here comes the pitch. Instead, they fire over to first, and diving back in time is the runner Arizona. I'm not so sure that I'd be overly concerned about Arizona. He does have a couple of stolen bases. He's not the type of player who necessarily likes to run a whole lot. Has a very conservative lead. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. On the way, fastball swung on, grounded to short. They go to second for 1. Back to first. That's going to be a double play, and that's going to go in the books as a 6-4-3 variety. As Nomura is retired for the second out of the inning. Arizona gone for the first one. That's going to bring up the second baseman and Rodolfo Castro. Ethan pumping hard for the bases to be loaded, but not in this inning. That's going to be for sure, I would think. It'll be tough to be able to get some runners on with the bottom third of the order coming up now. There's a fastball swung on. This ball's lined into right field. Masaki moving back, and he makes the catch at the edge of the warning track, and that is going to retire Castro for out number 3. So the Fighters get the leadoff runner on with a single, and they squander an opportunity. No runs in the inning, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. It's our unconventional 1-2-3 inning. We got 2 innings in the books, and it is going to be the Hawks coming to bat in inning number 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back after this musical timeout. Stay with us. Your score is 0-0 as we move down to the top of the third. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters to come to bat here for the Hawks in inning number 3. That means Shoji, Masaki, and Shudo to face the left-hander Hosono. 33 pitches for the left-hander through 2 innings. As the first pitch breaking ball misses outside, and the count is quickly 1-0. Bullpen usage last night for the Fighters quite a bit, as Hiromi Ito only able to go 3 innings last night. As the lefty Hosono delivers, there's a fastball swung on it. It's lined into center field, and it's going to drop down for a base hit. And that will put Soji aboard with a leadoff single here to start the 3rd inning. That's going to bring up the top of the order in Tomoya Masaki. I'll say this, you're going to have to watch Shoji here. He can run a little bit. He's got 15 bags on the year. His speed was on display last night. I haven't seen a lot of Shoji this year. I've seen him as pinch runner. He comes in, not so much defensively. He's getting the start here tonight, as he did last night. And boy, he could really beat out a ball. So this brings to the plate Tomoya Masaki. I would think that probably he will not be in the bunt mode, and the first pitch breaking ball is taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Shoji with 15 stolen bases is 3rd in the Pacific League. His teammate Yukio Shudo is number 1 with 25. As the lefty ready to deliver again, here comes the offering, and instead Hosono flips it over to first base, and diving back in time easily is the base runner Shoji. If anything, they got to keep him honest. Again, the lefty works himself to the belt. The 0-1 pitch forthcoming. And he kicks and delivers. He's breaking ball, misses outside. The count's 1-1. I think he's a pitcher, Hosono, I might want to take my chances to run on. He doesn't look like he is the quickest to the plate. There's a bit of a loopy leg kick. We'll see what the Hawks decide to do against him here tonight. Here comes the 1-1. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses upstairs. Count now goes to 2-1. Again, the lefty ready to go as the runner over at first base establishes his lead. Shoji moves off the bag, and there's a fastball missing down. It's now 3-1 to Masaki. So not exactly the start to inning number 3 that the big boss was hoping for. So again, working into the set position, checking the runner again. Hosono now delivers again. There's a fastball swung on. The runner was on the move that time, and it is fouled off over on the third base side. The count now full to Masaki. I was thinking about this the other day. I don't have an answer in the Japanese league, and it may be nobody. I was trying to think of all the players in Major League Baseball that don't use batting gloves these days. I don't think Danny Jansen has a job anymore in the big leagues, or maybe if he does, he's injured. But Trent Grisham is the only one right now that comes to mind. Kyle Tucker has done it. Oh, there goes the runner. They got him picked off, and they throw it right into the back of the runner going to second base. Kitaro Kiyomiya had him dead to rights. All he's got to do is make a perfect throw to second, and he smokes Shoji between the shoulder blades. And that is why the Fighters are where they are right now. They are struggling against the Hawks. Just looking at that again, he had time. He had to set his feet. He had an opportunity to clear the line. He threw it right into the back of the runner. Ouch. So now they got a runner at second base. It is still 3 balls and 2 strikes to Masaki as Hosono holds set, now delivers. Fastball swung on and tapped foul into the catcher, in the count 3-2. Oh, the pain if you have to watch this. the pain more for the Fighters fans. I don't know how they're going to get over this hump and the hurdle of being able to beat the Hawks. We talked about it at the opening part of the stream. 18 games played this year, and the Hawks have won 15 of 18 against Hokkaido. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Lefty delivers. Fastball swung on it. Another one fouled away. Count remains at 3-2. And to add to the concern, as we're here in the third inning, the pitch count now, at least through the first 3 innings for Hosono, is starting to ratchet up. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is going to be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. So quality at-bat here for Masaki, whether he wins or loses the war against Hosono. Lefty again holds to the set. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, and another one fouled away, and the count remains at 3-2. Nothing ball game here, top of the third inning. First time here that the Hawks have had a runner into scoring position. Fighters yet to put a runner in scoring position on their left side of the ledger. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on. This ball's lined into center field. It's going to be cut by Isobata, and scampering back to second base is the runner Shoji. Oh, Masaki hit the ball right on the screws, but right to the glove of Isobata for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the center fielder in Yukio Shudo. Boy, if Masaki hits the ball maybe 8 or 9 feet to the right or 8 or 9 feet to the left, I think that ball gets down. So this brings Shudo to the plate. He is 1 for 1 tonight. He's got a single in his only trip. He is a threat to bunt. He's got his average at 282 with a couple of homers and 28 runs driven in. They check the runner over at second base, and here comes the pitch. It's a fastball that is swung on and fouled off into the shin guard of Shudo, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Lefty ready to go again. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. On its way, fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. The count now goes to 0-2 on Shudo. Crowd starting to get into it here for the visitors from Fukuoka as the lefty Shudo is in the hole here at 0-2. Keep your eye on the runner. Shoji gets his secondary lead. There's a fastball. Oh, that just missed off the outside corner. Count runs to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Shudo here batting in the third inning. 1 gone. Runner at second is Shoji. As the lefty again works himself to the set. Here comes the pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on it. Is sliced foul down the left field line, and the count remains at 1-2. I got to tell you, I'm not sure I really like the way that Hosono comes set. When he holds the ball in the set position, if the runner at second can't see what grip he's holding, certainly I'm able to see what kind of pitch he's got probably most of the time. It really opens it up to the runner at second base. If the Hawks are relaying signals of some variety, you'll be able to see it here. It looks like it's going to be a 4-seam fastball. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball. And it is sliced foul down the left field line. Just the way that he positions his glove just allows the runner at second base. If I could see it, I would have to think the runner could see it. That's the 49th pitch of the ball game issued by Hosono. He's ready to deal pitch number 50 here, and that's not a good sign. So here comes the 1-2 offering. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line again. And the battle continues with Shuto. It's a ball and 2 strikes. So Sono gets himself a new baseball. He rubs it up, and we're ready to do it all over again here. Left-hander against the left-hander. Sono works to that set position. Here comes the 1-2. And there's a fastball taken on the inside corner for a called third strike. Oh, Shuto stood there like the house by the side of the road. He's gone for out number 2. And that's the first strikeout of the night recorded by the lefty Hosono. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter in Kensuke Kondo. Well, Kondo steps to the dish. He's 0 for 1. He flew out to left field his first time up, batting .312 on the year. 24 homers and 89 runs batted in. Hosono trying to get himself out of a tricky situation here. And the first pitch is a fastball at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. You have a string of left-handed hitters that do the Hawks that come up to bat here. 4 in a row until you get to Yudai Yamamoto. And there is a fastball that goes over the head of Kondo all the way to the backstop. And Shoji's going to move up 90 feet. That's a wild pitch charged to the pitcher. Boy, Kondo was down in a cloud of dust. Get a look at that on the replay again. That was coming right at his chin. There was no possible way that the catcher was going to be able to catch up with that one. So Shoji now at third base on the wild pitch. Kondo, looked like his pants turned a little bit brown on that particular sequence. I'll tell you, that thing was ready to take off his lips. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner now at third base. Base hit here obviously is going to score the runner from third. 2 gone in the inning. Lefty works himself into the set position. Here comes the 1-1. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and oh, yes, he did. Oh, my goodness. What a play that was. It was foul tipped. It went off the catcher's glove. The umpire ruled it as an out. Now they say it's only 2 strikes. I don't know if it went high enough to be considered a pop-up, or did it? No, the ball ended up fouled off, and then it popped up, and the catcher caught it, held it up. But no, that's not going to be ruled as an out. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as Kondo. So initially the plate umpire went up with the right hand. Maybe it was more for a strike than it was for the out. That would have been a heck of a play. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. As Sono delivers, fastball swung on, lifted into deep left field, but not deep enough. And making the catch is the left fielder, Yuya Gunji, and that's going to do it here for the Hawks in their half of the third inning. Well, they did get a hit in the inning, and they left the runner stranded at third. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the third inning, it is the Hawks, nothing, and the Fighters, nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the bottom of the third inning in just a few after this. We appreciate you for hanging in on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this musical timeout.
Tie-dye. Wonder where this fairy came from. She's from heaven. Heart size of the Amazon.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat for the Fighters here in inning number 3. And that means it's going to be Ryo Isobata, Yuya Shinto, and the top of the order, Tatsuki Mizuno to face the left-hander, Uwasawa here. Only 24 pitches for the right-hander Uwasawa through his 2 innings of work, and the first pitch fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count is quickly 0-1. Isobata batting .221 on the year. No homers and a couple RBIs. There's a fastball that misses down. Ethan says, any Fighters fans in here? Kind of a quiet chat with some of the folks. I don't know if this is the night where people are cheering for teams or as much as they're worried about their prop bets. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, and we can do the balancing act of it both, as that ball's grounded foul over on the first base side. Count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wasawa getting the side from his catcher as he works himself to the belt, and here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count now remains at 1-2 to Isobata. I couldn't hang on, Yamamoto. We're in the bottom half of the 3rd inning here as the Fighters are locked in a 0-0 deadlock with the Hawks. Both pitchers here have put up the zeros. The one that has worked a lot harder has been Hosono for the Fighters as Isobata swings and lifts a fly ball to left field. Easily underneath it is Kondo. He's going to make the catch, and that is going to do it for the first out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the catcher in Yuya Shinto. Well, for Shinto, he is hitting 182 on the year, 3 homers and 10 RBIs. We've seen a little bit more action for him recently. Although I have to say that I don't think that his game is going to displace Yua Tamiya full-time anytime soon. Breaking ball misses down and away to Shinto. Shinto batting from the right side here against the right-handed throwing Uwasawa, who kicks and delivers. There's a fastball center cut for a called strike. Count even at 1-1. This is the 19th time these two teams have met this year so far, as there's a fastball ticket for a called strike. The Fighters are yet to unlock the success against the ball club from Fukuoka. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses down and away. And the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the right-hander works to the belt, kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and lined down the right field line into the netting foul. And the count remains at 2s. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, right-hander ready to go as Uwasawa gets the side from Yamamoto. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and again lifted foul down the right field line, and the count remains at 2-2. Yuya Shinto taps both sides of the plate, digs himself back in as Uwasawa ready to go again. And the pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on it is chopped softly down the third base line, and they're going to let it roll, and it's going to stay fair. And that is going to be, it's going to look like a line drive in the box score, but it is going to be a base hit that just stays in fair territory past the bag at third base for the slow-footed Shinto. But a base runner indeed here for the Fighters. That's going to bring up the top of the order in Tatsuki Mizuno. Probably a good decision by Kurihara because he was playing deep. And even if he would have fielded the ball in fair territory, the likelihood of maybe throwing out the batter runner would have been a problem. I think he was too far deep. It was like a swinging bunt almost. So this brings Mizuno to the plate. He's 0 for 1 today. He has struck out in his only time to the dish. Fastball misses down, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes. Mizuno's had a really good year, batting .285, 10 homers and 44 RBIs. I got to start to wonder if there's got to be talk about him pushing his way into being the national team shortstop. Sosuke Gunda, a little long in the tooth at the end of his career. Mizuno's play defensively and on the offensive side has got to be at least worth talking about. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats. Count runs even at 1-1. On top of it, Mizuno's got 10 home runs this year. He's also got 12 stolen bases. I think with a little bit more uptick next year, he might have an outside chance at being a 2020 man in the NPB. Pitch on the way. There's a breaking ball down. Does a good job of holding his swing. It's now 2 balls and 1 strike to Mizuno. Fighter fans back out in droves again. As I said, if there's a ball game I think that I'm putting my finger on for the Fighters to win, it's going to be tomorrow. Especially tonight with Hosono ratcheting up. His pitch count through 3 so far. There's a fastball swung on and missed. The runner's off to second base. Oh, what are we doing? Shinto's gone. He gets gunned down. Nice job by Mizuno to try to protect him, but it's going to go in the books as caught stealing. 2-6 on the putout for the second out of the inning. Yeah, I think Mizuno was protecting all the way there. Unbelievable. Mario says, who do you think you got winning this game? Breaking ball grounded down the first base line, foul. The count is 2-2. Well, I said from the outset, it's the Hawks. Hawks 18 games this season. Hawks have won 15 of the 18. I think tonight it's a Hawk game again. And I think tomorrow, if that ends up playing true, I think tomorrow I would shift the needle over to the Fighters. I think that the pitching matchup potentially could favor the Fighters in that one. Oh, Maeda is 10-0 on the year for the Hawks, so it doesn't get any easier. Breaking ball misses upstairs. It's now gone full to Mizuno. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sono up and throwing in front of the dugout. He can get back into the ball game here tonight. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. And Mizuno's in the books for the second time tonight via strikes. That's the 3rd strikeout recorded by Uwasawa as they go unconventionally 1-2-3 in the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. A third of the game is in the books, and your score is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 0 and the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters 0. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a few right after this. Appreciate you for listening in on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the fourth inning, and coming to bat for the Hawks will be the heart of the order. That means Kurihara, Yanagita, and Yamamoto to face the left-hander Hosono. 55 pitches for the Hokkaido lefty through his 3 innings of work. As we're ready to back to the action, and the first pitch breaking ball misses up and in, and the count is 1-0 to Kurihara. Hosono has had some command issues here tonight, as he has been all over the place on a number of occasions to the Fukuoka hitters. There's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and Kurihara doesn't like the look of that one. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Fighters trying to break this jinx against the Hawks. Breaking ball misses way outside. The count now goes to 2-1 on Kurihara. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Lefty-lefty matchup, as we mentioned. Number of left-handed hitters in the batting order here tonight for the Hawks. As the lefty Hosono delivers, there's a fastball that just misses outside, and the count runs even at 2-2. I think the last pitch there, they had ruled out a strike before that. So 2-2 to Kurihara as the lefty kicks and fires. Fastball swung on and lifted foul over on the third base side. The count remains at 2s. One would have to think if you took the under in the over-under tonight, you're probably grinning. So far in this one, there's a breaking ball swung on and tap foul over on the first base side. I'm not sure what they would have set the over-under for the first 5 at. I guess my guess would have been maybe 4.5, quite possibly with these 2 starters on the mound, maybe 3.5. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kurihara. I didn't bother to look to see what the bookies were giving on it before the game started, but right now, if you took the under, you're in a good position. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses down and away. Count now goes full to Kurihara. Runs at a premium in this one. As the lefty again, ready delivery, kicks and fires. Breaking ball that just misses inside, and that's going to be ball 4. Didn't have enough bite on the pitch. And Kurihara is going to be bored with a leadoff walk here to start the 4th inning, and that's going to bring Yuki Yanagita to the plate. By my count, that is the first free pass issued here tonight by the lefty Hosono. Think about it, it's only the 3rd time tonight in the 4 innings that he's gone full count to a batter. But it's not been an easy night. 63 pitches already delivered by the lefty. We're not even through the 4th inning yet. Mario says he thinks it was 7.5. Yeah, that might have been the full game. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into shallow left center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Rounding second and heading to third and making it safely is going to be Kurihara. That's a good piece of base running as Yuki Yanagita's bleeder drops in for a hit. And now the Hawks have something brewing here in the top of the 4th inning as they got runners on the corners with nobody out. Our friend Zay in the house tonight, and he steps right in on cue for Go Fighters. But right now the Fighters might be going home because they are in some trouble here in the 4th inning. Kurihara, the runner at 3rd, Yanagita, the runner at 1st, and Yamamoto stepping to the plate. Nobody gone in the inning. And for Yamamoto, he is 1 for 1 tonight. He singled his first trip up. His hot bat continues for Fukuoka. Raised his average in the Pacific League to 352 with a couple of homers and 21 runs batted in. The Hawks just continue to get stronger, and their abundance of pitching has allowed them to be able to do that. There's a fastball swung on. This should be deep enough to get the run in. Moving back on the edge of the track, and now coming back in is the right fielder Nomura. He makes the catch. In to score the first run for the Hawks is Kurihara. That's a sacrifice fly to 9. Staying at first base is Yanagita. As Yamamoto's gone for the first out of the inning. But the Hawks have now grabbed a 1-0 lead, and that'll bring Taisi Makihara to the plate. Zay said he went to the Guardians game today. I saw that Joe Adell had a big day. 6 RBIs. I think that's one of the trades of the deadline in Major League Baseball. Getting Joe Adell under the wire. Hopefully go today or tomorrow. I think it's going to be Matt Wilkinson going for the Giants. He was the player that the Guardians traded straight up for Patrick Bailey. First pitch breaking ball misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0 to Makihara. That's the third time tonight that a ball has whistled over the heads of a Hawks player. I said Hosono has really struggled with his ability to command his pitches here. And Eloy in the house tonight as well. Welcome back, Eloy. Great to have you. We got a full house tonight, so we're going to have to check your ticket. Make sure it's valid. Fastball misses upstairs. It's now 2-0 to Makihara. The interesting thing about Wilkinson against the Guardians is that he's going to be making his Major League debut. And, of course, that was the team that traded him to San Francisco, so I'm curious always to see how that plays out. I don't think they've announced the starter for the Giants tomorrow, but I do think it's going to be Wilkinson. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball misses inside. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but they said Makihara didn't go. It's 3 balls and no strikes. So 3 balls and no strikes as the lefty kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball down. A good stop there by the catcher Shinto as that ball was in the right-handed batter's box. That is going to be ball 4. So Yanagita advances over to second. Over on the base on balls, Makihara goes to first. And it's going to bring the pitching coach Kato out to the mound. Have a word with the lefty Hosono. So 3 1/3 innings, 69 pitches already delivered here by the lefty. So that conference is over. Hosono, it's a moment to reflect, and we're going to get back to the live action. This brings Ryota Hirose to the plate. Hirose 0 for 1. He grounded out to third his first time up. Batting from the right side here against the lefty Hosono, one of the few right-handed hitters in the Hawk lineup. First pitch fastball swung on, belted into deep left field. This ball's trouble. Looking up, and it's gone. A 3-run homer off the bat of Hirose. And the Hawks are flexing their muscles and are now out to a 4-0 lead. All the runs coming here in the 4th. An absolute blistered ball into left field. And Hirose hits his first homer of the year. And the Hawks flapping their wings now out to a 4-0 lead. And whatever the pitching coach said to Hosono, say something different next time, because whatever it was, that sure as heck didn't work. And now, as we were talking about over-unders and saying that this could be an under, well, boy, maybe not the first inning anymore, as that is now 70 pitches from the starter. As the first pitch breaking ball misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. Our friend Mario says, keep the runs coming. Oh, the Hawks just continue to have their way with the fighters. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is 1-1. Our friend Zay, who had come in here a little bit late, we were chatting at the early part of the game about the just the difference between these two clubs and the tail of the tape. As that fastball is lifted foul down the left field line, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Soji. And what we were talking about kind of astounded me. I was doing the differences. I was just looking at what the differences were between these two teams. And in their 18 appearances, the Hawks have averaged over 6 runs a game against the Fighters. And there's a fastball taken for a called third strike. Shoji's in the books. That's the second strikeout recorded by Hosono in this one. As he's gone for out number 2, it's going to bring up the top of the order in Tomoya Masaki. But they've averaged almost 6.2 runs a game. The Hawks have given up 3.15. They're hitting almost 70 points higher than the Fighters in the series this year. As the pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. It counts 0-1 to Masaki. Masaki 0 for 2 tonight. He has flown out to center field both his times. The only statistical category that the Fighters enjoy is that they have out-homered the Hawks. As that fastball misses down and in, and the count now goes even to 1-1. Friend Mario asked the question. He says, who do you think poses the biggest threat to the Dodgers in the National League? To be honest with you, I think it's the Dodgers. There's a fastball swung on it, is popped up behind second base into shallow right field. Backing up is Castro. He's there to make the catch, and that's going to do it here for out number 3. But damage done, and lots of it here in the 4th inning. 4 runs in the inning on the benefit of only 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was nobody left aboard. Your score as we move now to the bottom half of inning number 4. It is the Hawks 4 and the Fighters no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. We want to say hello to Jessica. We appreciate you for hanging in with us as well. Keep Aloy out of trouble. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be coming to bat here in inning number 4 for the Fighters. It'll be Yuya Gunji, Kataro Kiyomiya, and Fran Mio Reyes, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. It has been pretty much a workman-like performance by the starter Uesawa, as he has thrown 43 pitches in his 3 innings of work. Sono, on the other hand, is in the struggles that Hiromi Ito had last night. He is north of 70 pitches. First pitch, breaking ball, drops in for a called strike. Counts 1-1 to Gunji. Gunji 0 for 1 tonight, struck out his first time up. As the right-hander ready to go again, getting the sign from his catcher Yamamoto, and the pitch is a breaking ball that bounces up to the plate. The count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So much excitement, so much anticipation, and the Hawks are just so dominant. Fastball misses upstairs. Count is 2-1. And as I said, I felt that this was the year that we're going to see a changing of the guard in the Pacific League. The Hawks, in some ways, getting a little bit long in the tooth. You know, quite a few players now on the wrong side of 30 on the offensive scheme of things. But the beat just keeps rolling. There's a fastball swung and popped up over on the third base side, but it's going to reach the seats. It's going to keep the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Gunji. The other thing is what I'd say, the inconsistency of the fighters. They just can't seem to string hits together, at least in the last 10 days. We've called a number of fighters games. I've been hard-pressed to watch them, at least in this one. They struggled with the Tohoku Rocket and the Golden Eagles as well. Eagles played them tough. Now, the Buffaloes, on the other hand, the 2 games on the weekend, last weekend, fighters just dominated them, even though the Buffaloes had won the Friday game. They're in a little different state. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on, lifted into right field. Moving over underneath it with plenty of room to make the catch is Masaki, and that's going to retire Gunji for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away here for the Fighters, and that's going to bring up the first baseman in Kataro Kiyomiya. If you just joined us, well, it was a 4-run uprising in the top of the 4th inning here that has got the Hawks out in front, capped by a 3-run shot off the bat of Ryuta Hirose. And there's a fastball that misses outside. The count is 1-0 to Kataro Kiyomiya. Kiyomiya reached base his first time up when he was clunked by a pitch just on the elbow guard. So no official at bat here tonight. Here comes the 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball misses in, and the count is 2-0. It looks like they really are committed to pitching Kiyomiya inside. Right-hander kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on, grounded up the middle, fielded by the shortstop Shoji, moving to his left. Fires to first, and Kiyomiya's in the books. Ground out 6-3 for out number 2. That's going to leave it all up to the designated hitter in Franmil Reyes. Well, the Franimal has been one of the staples in the order. He had the home run in last night's game. At that time, it was to tie the ball game. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He bounced into a fielder's choice to end the first inning. As the right-hander Uesawa delivers, there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count 0-1. I would think in a situation with nobody on, at this point in time of the ball game, this is where you want to challenge Reyes. A solo shot is only 1. You'll have to be as delicate with him here. There's a fastball missing upstairs. The count's 1-1. Yeah, Good Battle League says the Hawks are kicking the Fighters' butts. Yeah, they are. Here comes the 1-1. Fastball taken for a called strike, and now the count goes to 1-2. Now they better figure this out, Hokkaido, because it might be another short playoff run for them again. They got to run into the Hawks. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on. It's lifted foul. And it's going to slice its way well into the seats down the right field line, and the count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Reyes as he waits here on the pitch from Uesawa on its way. Breaking ball misses down and away. Count now goes to 2-2. Fighter fans, and the other thing is too, is this is at home, right in front of your home fans. There's a breaking ball missing down, and the count now full to Reyes. Yesterday to come out, big crowd, only game going on in the NPB, and you put up a lemon on the board, lose 7-1. And tonight you find yourself in a 4-0 deficit here in inning number 4. I start playing with a little bit more pride. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the right field line again, and the count remains full. The Battle League says this is their best hitter. If he doesn't get it done, it's going to be a long game. Well, the other part is so what? He hits a home run here in this situation. You got nobody on in front of him. It's only 1 point. Got to find a way to get runners on base in front of Reyes so he could do some damage with a couple of runners aboard. 3-2 on the way. Breaking ball misses down. It's going to be ball 4. And then the other side of the coin, as he takes his base on balls, who else around him is going to hit him in once they start getting on base? Really, the only other player who's swinging it right now is Arizona. And arguably, you could say Mizuno, even though he's not having a very good game tonight. Our friend Giddis says, yeah, the little momentum would help. Well, you got to get the first run before you start getting 3 and 4. So Arizona raised his season average to 345, 1 for 1 tonight. Singled his first time up, was erased in a double play. Breaking ball misses down, and the count is 1-0. But certainly the fighters could use a run or two to get back in this game to swing the momentum shift. Batting from the right side here as the right-hander delivers. There's a fastball that just misses inside. Oh boy, Uesawa almost hit Arizona. Count now 2 balls and no strikes. Again, Uesawa leaning in, getting the sign. He works himself back to the belt. And here comes the 2-0 offering. Pitch on the way. Another breaking ball almost comes in and hits the batter, and it's now 3 balls and no strikes. Looming on deck is Yuki Nomura. Arguably in the lineup tonight, the second most dangerous hitter in terms of power, as he has 14 homers on the year. Here's the 3-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball center cut for a called strike. Arizona was ready to make his way to first base, but not so fast, says the home plate umpire. So 3-1 to Arizona. Again, the right-hander works himself into the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the stands down the right field line, and now the count is full. Good Battle League says they can walk their way into a comeback. Well, Uesawa, other than that walk to Reyes and the hit batter to Kiyomiya, he has only gone to full counts on hitters tonight. And this one, by my count, 3 times. And back-to-back hitters here. Here's the pitch. That's a fastball swung on and missed, and that is going to retire Arizona. He goes down on strikes for out number 3. And for those of you keeping track at home, that's the 4th strikeout recorded by Uesawa here in this one to end the inning. No runs in the inning. There was no hits, no errors, and there was a runner left aboard. We are now through 4 complete innings. Your score is Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 4 and the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters no score. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this musical timeout.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. We're cruising to the top of the fifth inning. It'll be Yukio Shudo, Kensuke Kondo, and Ryoya Kurihara come to bat here in inning number 5. And much to my chagrin, on 77 pitches, Hosono is back out for his fifth inning of work. First pitch breaking ball drops into Yukio Shudo. Count is quickly 0-1 as the lefty kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into left center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And Shudo is aboard with a leadoff single here to start the fifth inning. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter in Kensuke Kondo. Well, the hits just keep on coming. That's the 6th hit of the ball game recorded by the Hawks. Last night we said that they had pounded out, I believe it was 14. I've got to go back to my trusty records. Actually, it was 16 hits last night that they pounded out. I must have stopped counting at the end of the 8th. Interestingly enough. As the lefty ready to go again. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on, chopped softly over to first. Kiyomiya feels that he thought about going to second, but instead he flips it over to the pitcher covering, and that's going to be a ground out. It's going to go in the books 3-1. Kondo gone for the first out. Advancing into scoring position is Shudo. That is going to bring up the third baseman in Ryoya Kurihara. Just as a reminder, at the end of the fifth inning here, we like to call it the Japanese halftime. That is where we take the 5-minute break as they do between the 5th and the 6th innings. We'll get up, stretch our legs, make sure we get ourselves a new beverage so we can carry on with you guys here tonight. 80 pitches already now here for the lefty Hosono as he kicks and fires. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the left field line. The count is quickly 0-1. So no balls, 1 strike. Shudo establishing his lead at second. A base hit here should score the speedy Shudo from second base. Pitch swung on it is lined into left field. Down for a base hit. Here comes the throw. They're waving him to the plate. And it's not going to be in time. It's going to be an RBI single, and cruising into second base on the throw is Kurihara. So he's going to pick up his 86th RBI of the season. And the hit parade for the Hawks just continues here as they trade places. That's another thing. I got to say, the execution of the cutoff, or at least where the cutoff man was, good read there by the runner to see that they overthrew the cut. Arizona was getting himself into position, but it was actually cut by the shortstop, Mizuno. Interesting. Don't know why Mizuno was where he was. And that brings to the plate Yuki Yanagita, and the first pitch to Yanagita is a fastball that misses inside for a ball. The count's 1-0. Our friend AM says he just found the channel, and he says he needs 6 runs here. Well, thank you for stopping in. We're glad you can make it in. Glad we found you. There's a fastball swung on. This ball's belted into deep left center field. That's going to get down, and it's off the wall. That's going to be your 6th run here, as rounding third and heading home is Kurihara. Stopping at second is Yanagita as they trade places. And it's now a 6-0 Hawks lead here in the 5th inning. Oh, the Hawks have come to play tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That is not a good thing if you are a fan of the Hokkaido Ball Club. Hoping for one game to be competitive, and that's probably going to be tomorrow. But I'm still not so sure that the Fighters are going to win that one now. I'm just the way this game is playing out. Well, the big boss is leaving him out there, as it is going to be the catcher, Yudai Yamamoto, coming to the plate. 6 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Fukuoka so far in this one. So AMJ pumps a fist immediately, joining the chat. Now up 6-0. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike. The count's 0-1 to Yamamoto. Yamamoto officially 1 for 1 tonight. He's got a single. He's also had a sac fly and driven in a run. From the right side here against the lefty Hosono, who delivers. Breaking ball misses inside. The count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And Nikita establishing his lead over there at second base. As the pitch on the way is a fastball that swung on its lifted foul down the right field line. So it makes its way into the seats, and the count is 1-2. Rico's convinced that there is a no comeback going to happen here in this one. Well, a couple things. We might see, once we get into the bullpens, then things start to change a little bit. But the problem is the Hawks bullpen is pretty locked down. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, and the count remains at 1-2 to Yamamoto. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, the lefty working to the set. Here comes the 1-2. Sono delivers. Breaking ball swung on, chopped slowly foul down the third base line, but the home plate umpire jumps out, holding up his hands as that is a foul ball. We'll do the 1-2 pitch all over again. The Hawks brass looking on in the dugout. Much pleased with this one so far. Fastball misses outside. Count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the big boss, all he could do is sit there and watch. I don't know. That would really, really bother me if that was my club, just the way that they've come out with nothing. There's a fastball swung on. It's lined into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Yuki Yanagita is going to stop at third. Yamamoto is safe at first with his second hit of the night. That is going to bring up the second baseman in Taisi Makihara, and it's finally going to bring the big boss out of the dugout as he has seen enough. We're going to have a pitching change here, everybody, and the big boss is making that change right now. Osono's night is done. We're going to the bullpen. We're going to take a little break here, and we'll be right back in just a couple of moments with all the action right after this timeout.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the fighter is going to the bullpen, and it is going to be Tsubasa Nabatame coming on in relief as he is taking over here for for Haruki Hosono. His night is over. He'll be facing Taisi Makihara, who comes to bat with runners at the corners and one gone. So as he completes his tune-up tosses, we'll be ready to resume the action here in just a couple of moments. It's been a tough night here for the Hokkaido Ball Club so far. As we're just catching up on some of the stats here in this one. I didn't get the error in that one in the last half inning, although I do remember it was Kiyomiya who threw into the back of the runner. So this brings Makihara to the plate. Makihara has been on base a lot in the first two games of this series. He walked and scored a run his last time up. He also bounced into a fielder's choice, average hitting .291 on the year with 4 homers and 36 runs driven in. As we are ready to go back to the live action here, as the right-hander Nabatami rocks and delivers. A fastball swung on a grounded foul just past the bag at first base, and the count is 0-1 to Makihara. Runner at third is Yanagita. Runner at first, Yamamoto. Runners on the corners with one gone here in inning number 5. Hawks are up by an unconverted touchdown. As the right-hander works to the belt again, here comes Nabatami, and he throws a fastball inside, and having to get out of the way was Makihara. Count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, getting the sign from his dugout is the catcher Shinto. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side. Kiyomiya throws to second for 1. Back to first. That's an inning-ending double play. Oh, but you got to thank Mizuno over at second base because Kiyomiya almost threw the ball into left field. Mizuno, props to you. Kiyomiya, time to get back to the training ground because that was not very good. It is going to go in the books as a 3-6-3 double play. And that will do it here in inning number 5 for the Hawks. 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 4 hits. There was no errors, and there was 2 runners left aboard. Check that 1 runner left aboard. Your score as we now move to the bottom of the 5th inning, it is a 6-0 lead for the Hawks. Stick around, everybody. Our friend 76 Fish says he chose wisely. You got that right. We'll be back in just a few. Our friend Ethan, I think, is crying in his beer somewhere. We got the bottom of the 5th just around the corner when we come back after this musical timeout. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the last half of inning number 5. Coming to bat here is Yuki Nomura, Rodolfo Castro, and Ryo Isabata, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters. As the first pitch is a breaking ball swung on, is grounded softly to short. Shoji fields it on the run, and with 1 pitch, Yuki Nomura is out on a ground out 6-3 to start inning number 5. That'll bring up the second baseman and Rodolfo Castro. Brian says this game's been a roller coaster. I don't know. I think 6-0 is pretty one-sided. But also the roller coaster might be a double drop because it is going straight down here for the Fighters. Yeah, it might be at a premium to try to get you another run, but with the 6-0 spread, you might see a weaker bullpen come out, so there could be more runs. Fastball taken for a called strike by Castro. Wasawa delivers a breaking ball, missing down. Count 1-1. Castro tonight is 0 for 1. He lined out to right field his first and only trip to the plate. As the right-hander delivers, the fastball swung on. This ball is lined into center field for a base hit. And Rodolfo Castro is aboard with a one-out single, and that'll bring up the center fielder in Rio Isabata. Well, maybe that's the spark that the Fighters need. It's only their third hit of the ball game. They've got 3 hits, and the Hawks have got 6 runs. You do the math. As they are struggling here tonight. Castro establishing his lead over at first base. Isabata stepping into the box. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He has flown to left field his only time up. Here's the pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike. The count's 0-1. I think Isabata wanted that one. MJ says that Sweetness, all he needed was 6. Yeah, you got it. They packed on 2 runs there in that inning. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line, and the count now 0-2 to Isabata. I think the over-under for the game was 7.5. Well, only need a couple of more runs here, and that'll be achieved. And the way this is going, certainly that could be the case. Here's the 0-2 pitch. On its way, fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line, and the count remains at 0-2. Yuya Shinto is supposed to be on deck, although I have a feeling when they flashed over, it looks like it is Yuma Imagawa, but I'm not sure. We'll have to wait until he's officially announced. Pitch is a fastball swung on and tapped foul over on the first base side. The count remains at 0-2. Our friend Gutta Battle League says, yeah, did they score 2 that quickly? Oh, boy. And they had more ready to come. It was runners on the corners with 1 out. It was an inning-ending double play. Could have had another run or 2 in that inning. Pitch on the way. Fastball just misses outside to Isabata, and the count goes to 1-2. Well, I don't know if the 7.5 would still be sitting there live. 7.5, if I'm not mistaken, was before the game started. I would think that they probably have pumped that up to about a 9.5. You know, those bookies, they're no dummies. Fastball swung on, and another one lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side this time. The count remains at 1-2. The bookies are smart people. And they are doing that for a reason. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pitch on the way is a split finger pitch, missing down and in. The count's 2-2. You know, now for the listeners that are here, you cannot do online gambling in Japan. Against the law. And sports books, all that stuff, the online stuff, not allowed. I'm pretty sure I don't even know if you could do sports books locally. I know there's horse racing and that sort of stuff, and there's casinos, but just don't know if you could do it. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded off the shin of Isabata. And this at-bat is going to continue. 8 pitches now in the at-bat. Get a Battle League says the over is now 9.5. Yeah, I can believe that. Chez says he's there in the States. Yeah. Yeah, Japan, you got to be careful. That's right where you spit. I got to tell you, when the Chinese tourists were coming into Japan a couple of years ago, And you see how they would smoke on the street. They would spit everywhere. It was all kinds of stuff. Must have drove the Japanese folks crazy. Well, the trainer is out to tend to Isabata as he had fouled the ball off his foot just below the shin guard. So they had to come out with the magic spray. Good Battle League says, do they keep track of foul balls? Because that's all I see. Yeah, you know what? Tonight there's been a ton of foul balls. I don't know. I don't know if they actually keep that as a stat or the gamblers do. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is going to get knifed down the left field line into left field, racing hard around second, heading to third, and its throw's not going to be in time as Castro is going to reach there safely. I want to get a look at the replay on this, and so do the Hawks, because I think the throw was in time. The question is whether they got the tag onto Castro or not. But it's a single for Isobata nonetheless. We're going to see if Castro made it in time into third before the tag. Nice piece of hitting there by Isobata. He just stuck the bat out. Kondo had picked it up. Coming hard was the runner. The throw was a bit up. Did he reach and did he get the tag in on time? He may have. We're going to have to get a look at the replays here. I think the glove man knocked the helmet off. We're going to get a look. I don't know if we got anything definitive, but I don't know if they see anything else. The way this game's going, the fighters haven't won anything yet, and they may not even get this challenge on them as well. Oh, maybe not. Maybe Castro got around that tag, that we got the overhead view. We're just going to have to wait confirmation on this. I think the fighters might have something going here. I don't think the tag was in time. But let's see what the men in blue have to say here. This one might take a little while. It'd be a huge break for the fighters if they were able to. And here comes the umpire. We're going to find out. And he is safe. So the fighters are in business here. They lose a challenge to the Hawks. So Castro's the runner at third. Runner at first is Isobata. There is one gone here in the inning. Slated to come to bat is Yuya Shinto. We're waiting to see if it is indeed going to be Shinto. I thought they were going to be going to the bench, and it does look like it is going to be Imagawa, as I had suspected earlier. So we have a pinch hitter. It's Yuma Imagawa coming to hit for Shinto. He is 2 for 9 on the year, but the big home run on the weekend against the Buffaloes, his first hit of the year, and then he got one the other night, last night. Here's the first pitch. Fastball misses outside, and it's ball one. So 1 ball and no strikes to Imagawa. Won't have to think Ua Tamiya will be the show in the next inning. As Iwasawa holds to the set, now delivers. Fastball swung on. This ball's belted to deep left field. This ball's going to be trouble. And what do you know? We got a brand new ball game as that ball gets into the escalator. And it is a 3-run shot off the bat of Yuma Imagawa. And that has cut the lead in half to 6-3. So if you took the over in the first 5 innings, maybe now you're laughing. Holy jeez. A few minutes ago, we were saying if you took the under, we had a 0-0 game through 3. And then all heck is broken out here in the middle frames. So a 3-run shot off the bat of Imagawa, cutting the lead to 6-3. And just like that, people are racing back into the stream because we can't believe it either. And that brings to the plate Tetsuki Mizuno on the first pitch to him. A breaking ball misses up and away for ball 1. Rico says, trying to tell us all, but who listened? And there is a fastball that misses up. Brian says, do you feel that the Fires will score a run in the game? They just scored 3. We'll update our ticker at the end of the innings for those who have been around. 6-3 is the score line now. Here's the pitch. Fastball catches the outside corner, now 2-1 to Mizuno. Unbelievable. So again, Iwasawa ready to deliver. He kicks and fires. Breaking ball swung on, and this one's fouled away over on the third base side, and count now 2-2 to Mizuno. So the beat rolls on here. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander again working himself into the set position. Here comes the 2-2. Kicks and fires. Breaking ball swung on, grounded to the right side of the infield, fielded by Makihara. He side slings it to first, and Mizuno's gone on a ground out 4-3 for the second out of the inning. Brian says it might be one of those games that ends with 20 or so runs. Well, it's not going to be the game like the Brewers and the Mariners had, where the Mariners were shut out 22-0. Obviously, both teams have got runs here. This brings Yuya Gunji to the plate. Gunji 0 for 2 tonight. Struck out and a flyout. There's a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Welcome to the stream, Sal. He says, where can we watch the game in the States? No idea. Not in the States. But at the 5.5-minute mark of this game, we gave where you can possibly get the streams or where you can watch the game overseas. As that breaking ball misses outside, it's 1-1 to Gunji, so you'd have to go back there and listen up. So 1 ball and 1 strike as the right-hander ready to go again. He kicks and delivers. Breaking ball catches the outside corner, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Yuya Gunji. So 1 ball and 2 strikes, 89 pitches for Iwasawa. One would have to think this will be his last inning. Here's the 1-2. There's a breaking ball swung on, grounded softly over to first. Fielded neatly by the first baseman, Hiroshi. He's going to easily win the race to the bag. It's a ground out to 3 for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it here. 3 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. The big blow, the 3-run homer off the bat of the pinch hitter, Yuma Imagawa. No errors and nobody left the board. Your scores were now through 5. It is a 6-3 lead. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back here in just a few. Appreciate you guys for listening in. Brian says you can name it. You just can't link it because it doesn't give you that option. But if you want to share it, knock yourself out. We'll be back in just a few, as we appreciate you guys for listening on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll put the music on loop, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with all the action.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Pitching change. It's Shoma Kanamura in the ball game, and he has delivered 2 balls and 1 strike here to Ryuta Hirose to start inning number 6. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Hirose. Hirose 1 for 2 tonight. His hit was the big 3-run blast in the 4th inning as the Hawks had jumped out to that 4-0 lead. As the 2-1 pitch is on the way, Kanamura delivers fastball at the knees, taken for a called strike, and the count now goes even to 2-2. There are some changes as it looks like Hosokawa is into the outfield. I assume it's Uetamiya behind the plate. It looks like that Imagawa has moved into left field, so we'll have to get some of the changes where they're at the batting order as they come to bat. Fastball misses down. They appeal over to the first base umpire to see if right fielder or that he went around, and he did not. So that's going to be 3 balls and 2 strikes. My friend Samurai Prayer in the house. Jay, we appreciate you as well. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right center field, but over to make the catch is the right fielder Yuki Nomura, and that is going to retire Hirose for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away. It'll bring up the shortstop in Yudai Shoji. Back on the airwaves again tomorrow, and then it'll be a night off, and then we'll do the 2 games on the weekend between the Hawks and the Buffaloes. And then that is going to be it for a couple of weeks as we will be over in Taiwan. We'll maybe try to do a few shorts or a few other things just in the Taiwan. The weather's not looking good. As that fastball swung on, it's popped up down the third base line. It's playable. And making an over-the-shoulder catch and hauling it in is Arizono. And that is going to retire Shoji for the second out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Tomoya Masaki. MJ says that the baseball gods have taken and giveth on the baseball. Slump Goon says it's rigged. Well, I got to tell you, the people that are running the gambling houses know what they're doing. There's a ground ball hit to short. Mizuno moving to his left, fields it, fires to first, and that's a pretty quick inning. It's a ground out 6-3, and that is going to do it here for the Hawks in their half of the 6th inning. Well, they had no runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board. That is the first inning that the Hawks have been retired, 1, 2, 3. We're going now to the bottom of the 6th inning. Your score is the Hawks with a 6-3 lead over the Fighters. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. So we appreciate you guys for hanging in on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. It is 6-3 for the Hawks when we return after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. And to my chagrin, Uwasawa is coming back out for the 6th inning on 90 pitches. So 90 pitches through 5 innings for the Fukuoka right-hander. And he's going to be facing the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the order, Kiyomiya, Reyes, and Arizono. Kiyomiya tonight is 0 for 2. He's seen his average slip to 242. Breaking ball misses upstairs, and the count is quickly 1-0. Samurai Prayer, almost. They have 3 wins to the Fighters in 18 games going into tonight, but you are close. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is 1-1. As we were talking about earlier in the stream, 3 wins in 18 games for the Fighters. It is not their number. Fastball swung on, lined, just foul down the first base line. Oh boy, Kiyomiya absolutely put the screws to that one. If that ball would have stayed fair, it would have been extra bases, and it was about maybe a 1.5 foot foul. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Don't worry about it, Rico. I think the other guy is all beard up. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, and it's pumped up down the left field line, giving chase his Kondo. Is he going to have room? And almost, but he's not going to be able to make the catch. The ball had just hit up the wall a little bit. He was unable to make the grab. That's going to keep the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kiyomiya. You know, you figure they're a walk and a knock away from getting back in this game by a run. And they do have some firepower to be able to do it, do the Fighters. Pitch from right-hander Uwasawa misses upstairs. Count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the right-hander ready to go again, but now he steps off the backside of the rubber. We'll go through all the signs all over again. So Uwasawa now nodding in agreement with the catcher Yamamoto on a sign that he likes. And the 2-2 pitch is forthcoming. As he kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball swung on, is looped into shallow center field, racing back. The second baseman, Makihara, leaps, and it just gets out of his glove. And that is going to be a base hit here for Kiyomiya. That's aboard with a single. Three free runs. Well, got to be honest with you here. I'm not sure why Uwasawa is still in this ball game right now. I would think that the Fighters may have been should be looking to go to their bullpen. Outside of really Hernandez last night, I can't think of any other pitchers that would be in a tight situation to lock it down. I would think that the Hawks in this one here would be able to lock it down as needed. They throw over to first base, and diving back is Kiyomiya. But they got to get through this part of the order, which has made it the eyebrow raiser for me. That why are they going to face this part of the order here who have not really done a whole lot here tonight, but they're seeing the starter here for the 3rd time. Ball hit and grounded foul just over on the third base side. The count is quickly 0-1. Ian says, how slow are the games? I always look like an experience when I'm watching. Now, the games are moving along at a decent clip. The NPB on their website, I didn't look to see if they've done it this year, but they like to talk about the average game time for 9 innings. I'll see if they've got anything with regards to that. 2026 average game time. So that is balls now 1 ball, 1 strike here to Reyes. Is 3 hours and 4 minutes. Breaking ball misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1. So I would say this particular game here is going to go, if I was taking the over and the under on the average game time, this game here is going to go on the over side. Samurai Per brings up a good point. Uesawa was a fighter, and he's sticking it to him. There's a pitch that's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. For those of you who may or may not recall, Uesawa left a couple of years ago. He went to, I believe it was the Tampa Bay Rays initially signed him. And then after he was in Tampa, he ended up, I think, with the Boston Red Sox for a cup of coffee. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Pitch on the way, and it's a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. Reyes is in the books. He's gone for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the third baseman in Naoki Arizono. So Sturban asked, do you think that the NRFI for the Bay Stars game is any good? I'm not sure what NRFI means. I don't know the acronym. I know if you maybe spell it out, what we're asking. So here's the first pitch to Arizona. It's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Arizona tonight, he's got a hit and 2 trips. Oh, no runs in the first inning. Sorry. I'd have to look at the pitchers in that one. I'm always concerned in the first inning with starters. There's a breaking ball down. Count goes to 1-1. We've talked about this on the stream in the past. When you have starting pitchers and they come out of the bullpen mound is different than the game mound, and it usually takes an inning for guys to settle down. So I'm always a little nervous in that first inning, especially with good pitchers on the hill. Breaking ball misses down and away. And then once they get through that inning, usually they get kind of tough. 2 balls and 1 strike here to Arizona. That's just my 2 cents of the matter. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. As Iwasawa ready to deliver again. Kicks and fires. It's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count goes to 2-2. So just taking a quick peek at the starting pitchers in that matchup tonight. Bay Stars, Higashi, and then it's Inoue going for the Giants. Yeah, I it's just my feeling. I always like to fade that first inning wherever I possibly can, stay away from it. As that ball's chopped foul over on the third base side, and the count remains at 2-2 to Arizona. Interesting. I see Takayuki Kishi is on the hill for the Eagles tonight. I must have missed it because Kishi this season, well, maybe not. No, I stand corrected. Kishi is still pitching for the Eagles. I was thinking of Norimoto. Here's the pitch, 2-2 on the way. And it's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. Just looking around the league, Sean Agelli is going against Yutaro Watanabe. Sam Long goes for the Marines against Kishi. I don't know if there's any really super sexy pitching matchups. Rest of the league here tonight. Here comes the 2-2. They throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner Kiyomiya. Almost forgot about Kiyomiya over there. He singled to start off the inning, and then it's just kind of a bit of a drag here as Reyes has struck out. Arizona struck out. By my books, that's 5 strikeouts recorded by Uesawa tonight. There's a breaking ball down. They appeal over to the first base umpire, but they say Arizona didn't go. It's now going to run the count full. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Arizona gets himself settled back in the box, and Uasao ready to deliver. Pitch number 109 about to come, but they have a night, Kiyomiya. They throw over to first base, and they pick him off. He got his feet tangled up going the wrong way. He made an error defensively in the field. Finally gets a base hit after being hit by a pitch tonight, and now he gets picked off of first base, and it's not even close. Like, he was a good solid 4 feet from the bag. Literally fell down. Oh, my goodness. This is reminding me of 2022 fighters. 3-2 on the way. Breaking ball swung on, lifted into deep center field. Way back on the warning track, and Shudo's going to haul it in. And that is going to do it for the third out of the inning. Could you imagine if Arizona would have hit that one off? Unreal. Well, Kiyomiya picked off for the second out of the inning. Retired as Arizona for out number 3, and it's an unconventional 1-2-3 inning here for the Fighters. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We are now through 6 complete innings. Your score is the Hawks 6 and the Fighters 3. Stick around, everybody. Our friend Andrew in here says the Fighters have been a little disappointing as of late. That, my friend, might be the understatement of the evening. But we're glad to have you with us. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters slated to come to bat for the Hawks here as we're getting into the back third of the ball game. Our friend asks if 11.5 is a lock. Under? Nope, I don't think so. Not the way this game's going tonight. Could be just getting going. It'll be Yukio Shudo to come to bat here. Kondo and Kurihara as the first pitch on the way from the right-hander Kanamura is taken for a called strike, and the count's 0-1. Shudo tonight has been on the bases twice. He is 2 for 3. He scored a run, and he has struck out looking in his 3 trips. Breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left field, moving back, and with room to make the catch is Emagawa, as he is just in front of the warning track, and so 1 up and 1 away. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter in Kensuke Kondo. Andrew says 7-9 in the last 15. A little sad if they lose this game. They got a good team and they have a rough schedule. Well, I'll give you my thoughts on it. I was saying earlier in the stream tonight that the Fighters, they were my pick this year to finally unseat the Hawks. Boy, I get that wrong at this point. There's a fastball that misses, and the count is 1-0 to Kondo, a little upstairs. And I'll tell you, as far as I'm concerned, when I look at the opportunity for the Fighters, they just got to get over that hump. The Hawks are an aging team offensively. And there's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count's 1-1. I would have figured that they would have done it, but just the combinations that Shinjo hasn't been able to put together, it's been a tough road here. Lineups he's been tinkering, it seems like every single night. Breaking ball swung on, and this ball is hook-barreled into the second deck down the right field line by Kondo. The count is 1-2. So 1 and 2 strikes. The right-hander here kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball missing outside. The count goes to 2-2. And then, as I said tonight, it's some of the calamity that we're watching here tonight. Like Kiyomiya looks like he's lost. I like Kiyomiya as a player. I like what he does, but this has got to be one of the worst stretches of his career at the NPB level. The last 3 weeks, it's painful to watch him play. As that pitch misses down in the dirt, the count's now full to Kondo. So 3 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander kicks and delivers. Breaking ball misses outside. That's going to be ball 4, and Kondo gets himself a 1-out walk. That's going to bring up the third baseman in Ryoya Kurihara. And I was going to say something earlier, and that was every time that this game starts to get a little bit close, which is the 6-3 game, it's almost like the Hawks are going to stick another run or 2 back on the board and give themselves that distance that they were enjoying earlier on. So this is Kurihara standing at the dish. As the right-hander gets the signs, and now Kanemura steps off the rubber and he goes right to the rosin bag. And here we go again as the first pitch on the way. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is quickly 0-1 to Kurihara. Hawks enjoying a 6-3 lead. They jumped out to a 6-0 lead. It was the pinch hit home run by Imagawa in the bottom half of the 5th inning that has cut the lead to 6-3. Fighters are hanging around now. 0-1 on the way. Fastball misses inside, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Kurihara. Hawks looking to add to their lead here. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line, and the count 1-2 to Kurihara. AMJ said somebody mentioned, I think it was Dingo TV is what they were talking about. I've never actually used it, but I think when I went to use it, I think it's only in America. I don't think I could download the app, even though it was mentioned it was in Google Play. Here's the 1-2. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Hawks play station-to-station baseball. Is stopping at second is Kondo. Kurihara safe at first. It's his 2nd hit of the night, 3rd time he's reached base. And that is now going to bring up the left fielder in Yuki Yanagita. Well, for Yanagita, he's 2 for 3 tonight. He's got a single, a double. He's scored a run. He's driven in a run. But he's also grounded out. Batting from the left side here with runners at first and second and 1 gone. Right-hander holding to the set. And now he steps off the back side of the rubber and he's going to go to the rosin bag. The shortstop Mizuno is doing his best to keep the runner close at second base. They do have a shift on here as Castro has slid deep into the 4-hole. Pitch on the way, and it's a breaking ball missing down to Yanagita, and the count is quickly 1-0. Yeah, Andrew said yesterday's game was a disappointment. Yeah, it sure was. Moinello versus Ito. Yeah, and the thing that bothers me the most about the Fighters right now is they're on their home turf. That's the other part. You're playing at home, and the Hawks are coming in here, and then they're just tossing you around like a rag doll. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. On its way. Breaking ball. Take it for a called strike. Oh, they got crossed up. Yeah, that looks like it's Tamiya behind the plate. I believe it's Tamiya who's come in for... No, it's Yuya Gunji. My mistake. Gunji is behind the plate right now. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah, well, this game is in the fighter territory, and this is where I'm talking about. They've really, really, really been disappointing here in this one, at least the last two nights. EMJ, appreciate you for listening in. Fastball swung on, grounded through the 4-hole into right field. In to pick it up is the right fielder, and that is thrown back in by Nomura, but stopping at third is going to be Kondo. So yet another hit for Yanagita. Bases are full here. And that is going to bring up the catcher in Yudai Yamamoto. He has been swinging a hot bat here tonight. He's got a pair of hits. So the hit parade continues for the Hawks. That's the third hit tonight recorded by Yanagita. The second hit of the inning. So the Hawks smell blood, and that looks like it's the end of the night for Yanagita. I don't know. I think that's a little early in my books. I know we're in the top of the seventh inning. Bases are juiced, but I think it's a little too early to be taking him out of the ball game. So bases full of Hawks. You got Kondo at third, Kurhara at second, and the pinch runner. We're just picking up the number. It's number 61, and that is Yuto Kawamura. And it brings Yudai Yamamoto to the plate. Yamamoto with 2 hits tonight. He's also had a sacrifice fly and driven in a run. Takes a first pitch fastball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Samurai Prayer says, yeah, Nippon just means Japan. Now, if he said Japanese ham, we'd all know what he would be talking about. There's a fastball swung on and it's grounded foul over on the third base side. Count now 0-2 to Yamamoto. EMJ, they're not going to let you have it. Time to find another site other than FanDuel, especially if you're doing live type betting. That would drive me crackers. And I don't understand why FanDuel would do that. Don't they want your money? I mean, they want you to come back and put it down again. Here we go. Here's the 0-2. Fastball misses way upstairs. They are the meat packing fighters, and right now they're getting their meat packed in. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Yamamoto here. Could be a turning point in the ball game as the Hawks are looking to punch another run across the board. Bases juiced, 1 gone. Here's the pitch. Fastball. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that they called him out on strikes. There's going to be an argument here. That's got to be one of the worst calls I've seen in a long time. And here comes the manager out of the dugout. That pitch looked like it was going to bounce up to the plate. They've ruled out Yamamoto on strikes. And this is exactly why Major League Baseball's got the ABS system in. I wonder if we're going to see an ejection here. The home plate umpire doesn't want to hear anything from the manager. The manager's just having a laugh. He can't believe it. I can't believe it. You got to look at the replay on this. If you get the Instagram tonight, this is terrible. The ball bounced to the plate, and he called strike 3. Oh, my gosh. Well, maybe the home plate umpire's got something on FanDuel as well, but Yamamoto in the books, that's got to be one of the worst calls I've seen this year in the NPB. I looked up and I thought Jed Powell was doing the plate. Unbelievable. Well, that's going to bring Taisi Makihara to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 gone, and the pitch on the way in the exact same spot as the last pitch that Yamamoto got banged out on. That pitch is called a ball. Oh, boy. If that was Philadelphia, there'd be something special going on. That was bad. Yeah, CB Buckner in the house tonight. Breaking ball swung on and grounded foul just past the bag at first base, and the count's 1-1. I can't wait for the conversation that Yamamoto is going to have when he goes out to catch next inning. I mean, the first thing I'm going to be saying to the home plate umpire is you got to protect me as much as I protect you. I think I'd be calling for a fastball right down the middle and I'd be moving out of the way. That was absolutely terrible at this level. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul. The count goes to 1-2 now on Makihara. Oh, boy. Only once have I, well, at least in the last few years, I remember where the benches had emptied, or at least there was a prolonged argument earlier this year between, I believe it was the Carp and the Tigers. There was a clearing incident, no fights, no punches thrown, but there was a batter hit. And there is a breaking ball swung on and missed. Makihara waves at it. He's gone for out number 3. Kanamura, with the hope of the home plate umpire, gets out of the jam. Oh, if you're in Fukuoka, you probably smashed your TV having to watch that garbage. No runs in the inning, 2 hits, no errors, and 3 runners left aboard. Your scores, we move to the 7th inning in the last half of the 7th. It is a 6-3 ball game. I got to tell you guys, get to Instagram to see that punch out third strike. It'll make your stomach turn if they put that up there later tonight. Be right back after this timeout. It is time for that part of the game for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Japanese style. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. We have a pitching change. It is Roberto Osuna, the former Toronto Blue Jay and Houston Astro, in the ballgame, and also the former Chibalote Marine. He is going to be facing Yuki Nomura, Rodolfo Castro, and Rio Isabata here. And the first pitch he delivers is a fastball swung on and lined into right field for a base hit. So welcome to the ball game, Roberto Osuna. It's a base hit here for Nomura. Waste long getting acquainted. Osuna, the second pitcher used tonight by the Hawks. Good piece of hitting there, by the way, behind Nomura as he stayed inside the ball, hammering it the other way. Osuna lost his job, I think it was about 3 weeks into the season. Closing job. He's been in other spots. He's still up the food chain as that fastball misses outside Rodolfo Castro for ball 1. Brian asked the question, am I going to go to a Chinese game or a Taiwanese game? Yeah, absolutely. last year I got to 3 as that fastball misses down. I got to see 3 different stadiums. I got to see the Taipei Dome. I got to see the stadium where the Fubon Guardians play, and I also got a chance to see the Stadium of Light down in Kaohsiung. But the weather is not looking favorable while I'm there next week. I'm a little ticked. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball misses down. It's now ball 3, so 3-0 to Rodolfo Castro. I saw the Monkeys play last year. I saw them play if I say it correctly, the Weishuan Dragons. And the pitcher for the Hawks, Zhou Sisu, was the starter in that game. He was perfect through 7. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses upstairs. It's going to be ball 4. Well, now they got runners on first and second to the Fighters, and the tying run in Isobata coming to the plate. And Yunai Yamamoto coming out to have a word with Osuna. Settle him down a little bit. 6-3 is the score, but the tying run now coming to the dish. Isobata, I'm not really worried about him putting a ball into the seats. But are we going to have a pinch hitter for him? No, it is going to be Hosokawa. So this is Ryohei Hosokawa coming to bat. So Hosokawa coming to the dish. No, it's getting a little exciting here. Osuna on the hill. Hosokawa, the left-handed hitter at the plate. Are we going to see a bunt in this situation? I don't think so. Pitch on the way. Fastball taken under the hands for a called strike. The count is 0-1. EMJ says, am I living in Japan? Nope. Don't live in Japan. Here comes the 0-1 pitch as it's on its way. It's a fastball that just misses inside. And Hosokawa does a run around the home plate umpire. Fred asks, is it going to be over 11? Yeah, it's starting to shape up that way. The Hawks had an opportunity in that last half inning, but the home plate umpire helped them out. Whoever was saying it was rigged earlier on, I disagree, but the last half inning, I might want to change my mind. Ball hit into right field, shallow right field. In to make the catch is Masaki, and that is going to retire Hosokawa for the first out of the inning. He's gone for out number 1. It's going to bring Yuma Imagawa to the plate. And Imagawa tonight already hit the 3-run homer, and he's now in a position where he could apply another one right here. Brian says, how do you feel if Vancouver added a team? I got to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to happen. Be nice. It'd be great if Vancouver added a team. There's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Imagawa. I just don't think it's going to happen. And I'll even say this, that within the next 5 years, the Vancouver Canadians, their A-ball team may not exist. Not because they don't get crowds and so on and so forth. It's the rest of the league outside of them in Everett really struggle with attendance as that ball is swung on and fouled away. The count is 0-2. It really worked better in a short season situation. Yeah, and Kevin says, does the Fighters win? I think I'd be worried about teams, the other minor league teams out of Canada. There's a fastball that misses for a ball. When you think about it, you go back a number of years ago, Edmonton had a AAA team. Calgary had a AAA team. Lethbridge and Medhat, I believe, were A-ball teams. I think Welland had an A-ball team. Ottawa was AAA. They pulled all of the professional teams other than Vancouver, of course, the Blue Jays, out of Canada. There's a breaking ball missing down, and the count goes to 2-2 on Imagawa. Yeah, they talked about Portland maybe being an option too. I'd be surprised about Portland after the pandemic. They seem to have taken a few shots to the gut. I don't know if Portland is still in the picture. Nashville, they keep talking about. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Oh, and they stopped the runner at third, and the center fielder, Shudo, was kicking the ball around out in the outfield. Imagawa gets himself a base hit. Have a week, Imagawa. 2 hits here tonight. Crowd is on their feet. The bases are loaded. It's going to bring Tatsuki Mizuno to the plate. MJ says, forget Canada. Yeah, well, here's another thing. Follow the money. Where the money's going. And, I just don't see Canada as a viable option. And Kevin says, we don't do any KBO games. This is the NPB. I don't know anything about the KBO. Other than I don't think the league is as strong as the NPB. So bases are full of fighters. We've got one gone here in the 7th, and it's the shortstop Tatsuki Mizuno coming up. Brian says, can I give us the prediction for the... Sure, absolutely. Go ahead. So we've got Mizuno at the plate. Here comes the first pitch from Osuna. Fastball under the hands for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Mizuno. Mizuno tonight 0 for 3, has struck out twice and grounded to second. We got a real hot spot in this ball game right now here, boys. So buckle up. Bases full, 1 gone. Mizuno at the dish. Here comes the pitch from Osuna. Kicks and delivers. Breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. Oh boy. Carp and Dragons. I think it was the Carp who won last night's game, but honestly, I'd be leaning towards the Dragons. The Carp are a tire fire. How they got any wins in the last little bit is a mystery that should be investigated. That is not a very good ball team over there, unfortunately, for their fans. Fastball swung on. This ball's belted into deep right field. It's trouble. Back onto the warning track, looking up, and it is gone. A grand slam home run off the bat of Tatsuki Mizuno. And that has now put the Fighters in front with a score of 7-6. Holy Toledo. Roberto Osuna came onto the mound and he soaked it with gasoline and lit it on fire. And it is now a 7-6 Fighter lead. Unbelievable. So there goes your 11. A grand slam. Mizuno has been swinging the bat really well. Unreal. Nomura end to score, Castro end to score, and Imagawa end to score ahead of him. That called third strike in the last inning. Oh, boy. I think you got to investigate the plate umpire. Well, that brings to the plate Yuya Gunji. 7-6 your score line. Unreal. Roberto Osuna. 2026 struggles continue. It's not the lights out Osuna that we've seen before. And the crowd in Hokkaido have gone absolutely crazy. So Osuna ready to go again after that conference. Here's the first pitch. Fastball misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. Gunji 0 for 3 today. He has struck out, flown out, and grounded out. As the pitch on the way is a breaking ball. It's taken for a called strike. Now they go up the right hand as the home plate umpire. Unreal. Fighters haven't really done much the whole night, and now they're flexing their muscles. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away down the right field line, and the count goes to 1-2. But I said earlier on that Tetsuki Mizuno has really, really played well. That's his 11th homer of the year. I mentioned earlier in the stream, I said at what point in time they got to start thinking that he's going to be a candidate to be the number one shortstop for Samurai Japan. Fastball swung on, cued off the end of the bat. Makihara fields it. He throws to first. That retires Gunji on a ground out 4-3. So 2 in the books. That's going to leave it all up to Kotaro Kiyomiya. Well, the home plate umpire in that last half inning banging out Yamamoto, that's crazy. Ian says with the ABS and the pitch clock, it has made baseball great again. There's a breaking ball taken by Kiyomiya for a called strike. Counts 0-1. Fastball down. It's swung on. It's grounded softly to second. Fielded by Makihara. He throws to first, and that's going to do it. But damage is done, and lots of it here in the 7th inning. 4 runs in the inning, courtesy of the grand slam off the bat of Tetsuki Mizuno. And there was 3 hits in the inning. There were no errors and nobody left the board. Your score as we move now to the top of the 8th inning. It is 7-6 for the Fighters. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back after this as the Hawks will be coming to bat in just a couple of moments. Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Jay Wet Bussin says it's a crazy comeback, and he still thinks that the Fighters are going to be are going to crash and burn. I got to tell you, I wouldn't bat an eye this game goes extra innings. I just get that feeling right now that we are destined for extra innings. I don't know who's going to win at this point. I'll have to wait and see how this all comes up. But I do think the 10th inning could be a reality here. And that's okay because it's been an entertaining game. We do have a pitching change for the Fighters as they are going to the right-hander, and it's a Taiwanese right-hander into the ball game. We have seen Eli Sun in the relief. This is going to make his 11th appearance. He has himself a ERA of 2.45. So he is taking over here. And remember I said in that last half inning how they took Yanagita and they also took Kondo out of the game. And I really think it was a little too soon. And now you've tried to put in some defensive replacements for that. Looks like they put Castro into the outfield. They've got defensive changes for the Fighters. I'll have to catch up with that as they come to bat because I'm not sure where people will be in the lineup. Slated to come to bat for the Hawks is supposed to be Hirose, Shoji, and Masaki, the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. We'll see how this starts to play out. Everybody's coming back in again. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses down and away, and the count is 1-0 to Hirose. I like the stuff that Sun has. I'm curious, though, how he's going to do here against the Hawks tonight. Fastball swung through and missed in the count now. 1 ball and 1 strike. Question is did we see the 10th inning home run by PCA? Well, to be honest with you, I didn't. I haven't really watched any ball here tonight other than this one. As that fastball is swung on, it's popped up into shallow right field. Coming in is the right fielder, Namura, and he's there to make the catch. And 1 gone here now in the 8th. And now the Hawks are starting to run out of outs. As that is going to bring up the shortstop in Yudai Shoji. Shoji steps to the dish. Officially 1 for 3 tonight. And the first pitch at 98 miles an hour misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. Right-hander again kicks and delivers. Fastball taken for a called strike. Count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Right-hander again delivers. There's a fastball that swung on and missed. 97 on the gun. Just blows it easily right by the hitter. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, as the right-hander ready to go, he rocks himself into the windup. Kicks and delivers. Fastball misses outside. It's now gone 3-2 to Shoji. This is not a guy that you want on base. Shoji has the legs to get around the base. And I would say this, I don't know if Sun holds runners particularly well. There's a fastball that misses down. And here we go. Now we got some fun to happen here. Shoji aboard with a walk. As we said, he's got outstanding wheels. He's got 15 stolen bases on the year. And if Sun can't hold the runner, we're going to see him into scoring position about as quickly as you can blink an eyelid. And this brings Tomoya Masaki to the dish. Looking for his first hit tonight. He has lined to the outfield twice. He has popped to second, and he is grounded to short. But if I'm in his shoes, I think I want to take a couple of pitches here to get this runner over to second base. Question is how old is Shoji? That fastball misses down. Off the top of my head, I'm going to say that he is 25. I'd have to go to the league site to look it up. I don't think he's that old, 24, 25. So 1 ball and no strikes. Fastball misses, and the count now goes to 2-0. Good hitters count here. Just going back to Shoji. Shoji was born in 2002, so he's actually 23. He'll be 24 after the season on October 2nd. So 2 balls and no strikes to Masaki. They do have action in the fighter's pen. They got a left-hander up and throwing. And why wouldn't you? Because they got a steady diet of them to come up to bat here. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball swung on, and the runner was on the move. It's grounded past the second baseman. The hit and run was on, and that's going to run Shoji all the way around to third. That's going to put runners on the corners with 1 gone. Nice job there by Masaki with his first hit of the ball game. The second baseman for the Fighters had to leave his position. He was going to cover the base. I think it's Kama Kawabata who was coming to the game. I didn't get the number exactly. And he was going to cover at second base, and the ball ended up hit behind him, and he had to dive, and he couldn't make the play. So it looks like Masaki's night is done. Interesting. And now the pitching coach has come out to have a word with his reliever here, his son. Shoji won't be, he's not a prospect for Major League Baseball, I wouldn't think. We do have a pinch runner for Masaki. It's going to be number 45. And 45 on our list. That looks like it's Kenta Tanagawara. That ought to tell you something. Getting pinch run for by a catcher. That ought to tell you about Masaki's speed. So this brings to the plate Yukio Shudo. Shudo tonight has had a decent night. He's 2 for 4. He's scored a run. Both of his hits have been singles. He has struck out and lined out to left field. Runners on the corners, 1 gone here. He'll be a tough man to double up, so he's got to get something into play. As the right-hander Sun ready to deliver. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and a strike. So no balls and 1 strike it is, as the right-hander works to the set. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right field. It's not deep enough, but it's deep enough to get the run in. Tagging from third, Nomura throws the ball. It's going to go through to the plate, but it's not going to be in time. It's going to be a sacrifice fly off the bat of Shudo. He gets an RBI. In to score is Soji, and that is going to make the score line now 7-7. Staying at first is the pinch runner Tanagawara. And we are back to all square again as it's now 7-7. Got a good old-fashioned slugfest going on here in Hokkaido. And that is going to bring to the plate. We have to do a double check here. It was the spot once occupied by Kondo. It still is Kondo. He's still in the ballgame. Thought Kondo might have been replaced. I know Yanagita is gone. So Kondo tonight, officially 0 for 3 and a walk. And the pitch is a breaking ball that misses way upstairs. The count is 1-0. So Tanagawara is the runner at first base. 2 gone in the inning. Now we got a seesaw affair on our hands. Earlier it was all Hawks. Breaking ball missing outside. The count now goes to 2-0. You just joined us. The Hawks have just tied the ball game at 7. Lots of excitement for sure. So here comes the 2-0. As the right-hander holds to the set, now delivers. There's a changeup taken for a called strike. That was a nice pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike to Kondo. And the right-hander is Sun. Ready to go back to work. Kondo waggling the bat. And the 2-1 on the way. Fastball misses outside. It's now gone to 3-1. You want to take your chances with Kondo, or do you want to take your chances with Ryoya Kurihara? I don't think I want to take my chances with either. He's going to hunt 1 pitch here, and on 3-1, it's on its way. It's a breaking ball, misses inside. It's going to be ball 4. Kondo's going to get himself a walk, his second of the night. Advancing to second is Tanagawara. That's going to put runners at first and second, and it looks like the big boss has seen enough. as his Taiwanese right-hander is going to be done for the night. We're going to get ourselves a pitching change, and we're going to be back in just a couple of moments. So we appreciate you guys for listening in. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Pitching change coming up, and we'll be right back to give it to you after this timeout. Well, our score line is 7-7 in the top of the eighth. We got 2 on, 2 out, and we'll be back in just a few.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. It is Mizuki Hori who is coming in relief. He is going to be the 5th pitcher used by the Fighters tonight as he comes into a situation where they've got 2 aboard and 2 gone here in the inning. And he's going to be facing Ryoya Kurihara, so it'll be a lefty-lefty matchup. So he's going to complete his tune-up tosses. He's worked in 26 ball games. He's got a ERA of 4.05. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this musical timeout to bring you all the action.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. The question in the chat is it the same rules as the MLB? The answer is no. There'll be extra innings. They could go as many as 12. Games can end in a tie. And they don't have to pitch to a minimum of 3 batters. So there are some nuances. The game is played like we remember it as kids growing up, which Major League Baseball can't necessarily always say. There's some good things about some rule changes. Some rule changes in MLB I could use to do without. But Hori coming in to face Kurihara here. Kurihara tonight, he has been on base 3 times. He has 2 singles, a walk. He scored a couple of runs, and he's grounded to the first baseman. Raised his average to 254. And the first pitch fastball misses upstairs, and the count is quickly 1-0. The runner at second is Tanagawara. Runner at first is Kondo. As we said, we've got ourselves 2 gone here in inning number 8, all locked up at 7s. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. As he delivers, it's a fastball that just misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-0. Balls and no strikes. And again, the lefty Hori looking at the sign. And he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball missing down and away. Count now 3-0 to Kurihara. Waiting on deck is Yuto Kawamura. So we'll see if he comes to bat, as he had come in to replace Yuki Yanagita. Will he be the hero or will he be the GOAT? That remains to be seen. Certainly the hero at one point was Yanagita with 3 hits. Oh, 3-0 green light, and Kurihara swings and fouls that one away, and the count now goes to 3-1. That might have been ball 4. We'll get a look at the replay on that one. Nah, it was a center cut fastball. So 3 balls and a strike. Again, Hori getting the sign from his catcher as he works himself to the set. Here comes the 3-1. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. Grounded softly to the right side. Kiyomiya feels it. He flips it to the pitcher covering. And that's going to do it. It's a ground out 3-1 for the 3rd out of the inning. But you know what that means? We're going to the bottom of the 8th inning, but we're all locked up at 7s. 1 run in the inning on 2 hits. There was no errors. Sorry, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. Your scores, we're now moving to the bottom half of the 8th. It is the Hawks 7 and the Fighters 7. We got a classic on our hands here. Stick around, everybody. It looks like we got a pitching change when we come back in just a few, and we appreciate you for listening on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Stay with us. We'll be back after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. We have ourselves the bottom half of inning number 8 upon us, and slated to come to bat will be Franmil Reyes, Naoki Arizono, and Yuki Nomura. We're just waiting on confirmation of the pitching change for the Hawks as Roberto Osuna's night is over. We'll get that for you here in just a couple of moments. Reyes, Arizono, and Nomura slated to come to hit. As we mentioned, this game here, 7-7. Who's going to blink first now? Well, we're just waiting on the confirmation of the pitching change. It is going to be number 66 entering the ball game, and that's Yuki Matsumoto. So he is going to be the 3rd pitcher used tonight by the Hawks. So Matsumoto on in relief as he is slated to face Reyes, Arizono, and Nomura. Changes defensively for the Hawks. We'll have to get those for you, as we mentioned, when they come back in. Playbox Zeus says he wants the Fighters to win. Well, let's see what happens here. First pitch on the way, coming to Franmil Reyes as Matsumoto kicks and delivers a fastball that just misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Reyes is bounced into a fielder's choice, walked and struck out in his 3 trips. He's seen his season average drop to .317. As the right-hander holds to the set position, now delivers. It is a breaking ball, waved out and missed, and the count now goes to 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Crowd's in good spirit. But the Fighters coming back down 6-0. Able to take the lead 7-6, and then the game went back to the Hawks in that last half. Here comes the pitch. Split figure pitch swung on and missed. The count now goes to 1-2 on Reyes. Reyes taps both sides of the plate. We are ready to go back to work again as Matsumoto works set. Here's the 1-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled away. Oh, boy. I think Reyes might have just missed that one. It looked like he got it off the end of the bat. So a ball and 2 strikes. So 1-2 to the big right-handed hitting DH of the Fighters. As Matsumoto again works himself into the set position. Here comes the offering. Pitch on the way. Split figure pitch bounces up to the plate. The count now runs even to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're talking about the lengths of these games. We're now north of the 3-hour mark with no sight and finish in sight. Fastball swung on and it's lifted foul into the seats down the right field line. 2 balls and 2 strikes it remains. So Reyes taps both sides of the plate. Matsumoto gets a new baseball. And here comes the 2-2. Now, with Reyes at the plate, he is in scoring position, in my opinion. One swing of the bat could break the deadlock. Here's the 2-2. Fastball, take it for a called third strike. I don't know what Reyes was looking for. He started walking away as soon as the pitch went into the catcher's mitt. He's gone for the first out of the inning, and that is going to bring up the third baseman in Naoki Arizono. Oh, that's as uncompetitive an at-bat that you want from anybody in that situation, especially the league's leading home run hitter. Or, sorry, the second leading home run hitter as Kurihara is ahead of him. So this brings Arizona to the plate. 20 for 60 on the year now. Pitch on the way. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Or if Yamamoto is still blasting the umpire for the strike 3 call made against him. Turning point in the game. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball taken for a called strike, and now it's 0-2 at Arizona. So no balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the 0-2 pitch. On its way. Breaking ball misses down and away, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As Arizona waits on the offering here from the right-hander. Then the pitch is on the way. Fastball swung on, tap foul over on the third base side. Count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fighters fans urging their team on, trying to will them to victory. He's set for a 9-inning game. The official time, average time, is 3 hours and, like I said, 6 minutes. This game here has surpassed that. And it's probably going to take it a little longer, too. There's a split figure pitch and misses down. They appeal over to the first base umpire, but they say Arizona didn't go. 2 balls, 2 strikes it is. So again, Arizona digs back in. We're ready to go again. Jonathan Garcia in the house. Welcome to the stream. 2-2 on the way. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats. Jonathan said, anybody else bet the Fighters down 3? Yeah, the home plate umpire, when he failed to, or when he punched out Yamamoto in the inning before, I think he might have laid down a couple of nickels in between innings. Here's a 2-2 pitch. On its way, fastball, take it for a called third strike. Oh, not sure what Arizona was looking for. He's gone for the second of the inning. Matsumoto doing his job. 2 in the books. That's going to bring Yuki Nomura to the plate. So for Nomura, he strides to the dish. He's 1 for 3 today. He's got a single and 3 trips. He's grounded into a double play, and he is grounded out to short. So we're getting into the deep water for both of these teams. Here comes the first offering as the right-hander delivers. Fastball bounces up to the plate. Count 1-0 to Nomura. Looking ahead to the 9th. Looks like it's Kanemura, Yamamoto, and Makihara slated to come to bat. Let's see how this plays out for the Hawks. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. On its way, fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats behind home plate. Count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, and the count is 1-2. So ball and 2 strikes. Matsumoto really gets some extension down the mound. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as Nomura waits here on the offering. And here comes the pitch as he double clutches. Oh, fastball up in the zone, swung on and fouled away. Count remains a 1-2. Getting late here. It's time to get ourselves maybe a cup of coffee or tea. I have a feeling we're going to be needing it because this game has all the makings of one that's going to go into another hour. Here's the 1-2. Fastball misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-2. I knew I did it to myself. I should have taken a nap prior to this game. Just had that feeling and then ended up not doing it. It would have served me well. Here comes 2-2 pitch. Right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball missing down and away, and it's now 3-2 to Nomura. Well, going to go after him here. Nomura's got 14 homers, so he's got the second most amount of home runs in the fighter lineup here tonight, at least for those who have started. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. As the right-hander delivers, it's a fastball swung on. It's popped up foul. It's going to reach the seats behind home plate. And the count remains at 3-2. So if you just joined us, 6-0 lead that the Fighters have was blown up. 3-run homer off of Uesawa, who allowed Imagawa to take him yard for 3 runs, and then the grand slam off the bat of Mizuno versus Roberto Osuna made the scoreline 7-6. Breaking ball swung on, lifted into deep left center field. Racing over is Shudo. He's there to make the catch, and that is going to do it here for the Fighters in their half of the 8th inning. They go quietly and in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We are through 8 complete. Your score is the Fighters 7 and the Hawks 7. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back here in just a few. We appreciate you guys for listening with us here on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. I'm going to get up and go get a drink. We'll come back and carry on as the top of the 9th is around the corner. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back after this. The score line is 7-7 as we move to the top of the ninth inning. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few, right after this musical timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be Taisi Yanagawa who is coming on in relief, making his 39th appearance. He's got himself an ERA of 195 for the Fighters, as he will take over here. And by my notes, that would be the third sixth pitcher used tonight by the Fighters in this one. And he'll be facing Yuto Kawamura to lead it off here. Kawamura, Yamamoto, and Makihara to get things going here for the Hawks in their half of inning number 9. And the first pitch on the way, fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Kanemaru entered the game as a pinch runner for Yuki Yanagita in this spot in the batting order back in inning number 7. Pitch on the way, fastball misses up and in, and the count now goes even at 1-1. So a ball and a strike. Right-hander ready to deliver again as he kicks and fires. Fastball swung on, pumped up into shallow center field. Backing up underneath it is the second baseman, and that's Narama, who has come into the ballgame, and he makes the catch. Kawamura gone for out number 1, and that'll bring up the catcher in Yudai Yamamoto. I got to tell you, this would be appropriate if Yamamoto went yard. Maybe not for the Fighters fans or supporters, but in light of the fact that got called out on a pitch that was bouncing off the plate, it would be sweet revenge and justice. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Yamamoto. Yamamoto tonight officially 2 for 3, 2 singles. He has struck out. And he had a sacrifice fly to drive in a run. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. The right-hander ready to deliver again. Here comes the 0-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and missed, and that is quick work as Yamamoto is in the books for out number 2. It's going to bring up the second baseman in Taisi Makihara. Well, for Makihara tonight, he's been aboard a couple of times. He reached on a fielder's choice and walked. He's also grounded into a double play and struck out his other trips to the plate. So he comes to the dish here, trying to get something going for the Hawks with 2 gone in the 9th. Pitch on the way, fastball swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Thank everybody who has popped into the stream tonight, whether you've stayed for the duration or hit and ran us in and out. We're glad you came. There's a split figure pitch swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Makihara. So no balls and 2 strikes. And the right-hander holds to the set. Here comes the 0-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled away. Reached the seats over on the third base side. The count remains at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander Yanagawa ready to deliver again. 0-2 on the way. Fastball down. It gets away from the catcher, and it is going to be a strikeout and a wild pitch on the play. As it does look like it is it's now Tamiya in behind the plate. So a strikeout. And that ball gets all the way to the backstop. Makihara, very fortunate. We'll see, strikeout and a wild pitch. That brings Ryuta Hirose to the plate. Hirose has already been the hero once as he hit the 3-run homer back in inning number 4. He's 1 for 4 tonight. And they could use his bat again. Here comes the first pitch. He's batting .237 on the year. And that fastball misses in the left-handed batter's box. The count is 1-0. And Kevin says, will the Carp be winning tonight? I wouldn't touch the Carp from now to the end of the year. And if I did, it would have to be a sweet play. There goes the runner down to second base, and Makihara is going to get a stolen base as the pitch was swung on and missed in the dirt. Even the count to 1-1 on Hirose. Stolen base for Makihara. Boy, there you go. He's in scoring position, and now a base hit will tie the ball game. Well, assuming it gets to the outfield. That wasn't even close. He had a big jump, and the catcher throw, not in time. So here comes the 1-1 pitch as Hirose waits. Right-hander working to the set. On the way. Oh, he swings at a pitch that's way down in the dirt, and that's going to run the count to 1-2. I got to tell you, if I was pitching and I was getting guys to swing like that, we never ever would be listening to me tonight. I'd be making would have made multi-millions. But that is not the case. That's why we're here talking. It is a 1 and 2 strikes to Hirose. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to the left side, fielded by Mizuno. He throws to first, and that's going to do it. A ground out 6-3. That's going to end the inning here. The Hawks threaten, but they don't score. No runs in the inning, no hits, no errors, 1 runner left. We're moving to the bottom of the 9th inning. Your score is the Hawks 7 and the Fighters 7. Looking ahead, it's slated to be Castro, Hosokawa, and Imagawa. Stick around, everybody. Got an exciting finish ready to happen in this one. Stay tuned, everybody. Right back after this musical timeout. Well, we've got ourselves a 7-7 game. Bottom of the 9th inning is just around the corner, and we'll be back in just a moment. We'll get you the pitching change when that happens as well. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom half of inning number 9, and it is the 7, 8, and 9 hitters to come to bat. Castro, Hosokawa, and Imagawa slated to hit here, as it is. We're just waiting on the confirmation of reliever for the Hawks. It's been an interesting ball game here tonight, and as I said a couple innings ago, I wouldn't bat an eye that we go 10 innings, but Rodolfo Castro may have something to say about this one in the script here tonight. The Fukuoka Ball Club had a 6-0 lead at one point. Ended up going down 7-6. They battled with one back, and that's where we stand here, going into the bottom of inning number 9. And the pitching change is upon us. It is going to be number 11. It's Yuki Samori taking over on the hill here. Be the 4th pitcher used by the Hawks. He's worked 36 ball games. He's got an ERA of 1.35. So Samori on in relief. As Chusei, who was that? Sorry, Rodolfo Castro steps to the plate. As the right-hander ready to go, he kicks and delivers. First pitch fastball, take it for a called strike. The count is 0-1. In the deep water for sure right now. Fighters looking to try to claw their way to a victory here. Only the 4th time they get a win against the Hawks this year. Fastball swung on it. It's going to be hit foul down over on the first base side. The count, no balls and 2 strikes to Castro. Crowd is in good spirits as the right-hander works to the set. And here comes the 0-2 offering. He kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. And Castro is in the books. He's gone for the first out of the inning. Easy work. That is going to bring up Ryohei Hasakawa to the plate. Well, for Hasakawa, this is his second at bat. He entered the game back in the 7th inning for Ryo Isabata. So he steps to the dish, batting .233 on the year with a couple of homers and 11 RBIs. As Samori holds set, and the pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside. The count's 1-0. Jonathan said, what Castro was it? It was Rodolfo Castro, former Pirate. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Samori kicks and delivers. Fastball misses outside. The count now goes to 2-0. Big question is can they turn it over for another half inning here, or the fighter's going to finish it off? 2-0 pitch. On the way, fastball center cut for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-1. Got to get a runner on here somehow. And here comes the 2-1 pitch. On the way, fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side. Fielded neatly by the first baseman, Hirose. He's going to step on the bag, and that is going to retire Hasakawa. Ground out to 3 for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it all up to Imagawa. Well, Imagawa already the hero in this one. He hit the 3-run homer to cut the lead in half in the 5th. Had a single, and he was part of that grand slam rally in inning number 7. Officially 2 for 2 tonight. But it's not going to be Imagawa. It's going to actually be number 58. I can't believe this is Taiki Narama. They took Imagawa out, put Arama in. The first pitch fastball swung on and fouled away. Congratulations to you, Imagawa. We're going to have you sit on the bench. Especially the Hawks. They've taken out some offense in their lineup. So no balls and 1 strike. As the right hitter is Samori ready to deliver. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses in the left-handed batter's box. They appealed to they appealed to the first base umpire and they said he didn't go. I got to get a look at this one. On first view, I'm like, he went for that one for sure. On second look, I'd say he went for that one as well. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. As the right-hander kicks and delivers. Exactly the same pitch, exactly the same bat. That's going to be 1 ball and 2 strikes. He couldn't hold up his swing this time, says the home plate umpire. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. So here we go again. 2 gone here in inning number 9 as the right-hander Samori ready to deliver. As he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and he fights it off over onto the first base side. Count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fighter fans trying to urge their team and will their team to victory. As the 1-2 pitch on the way, fastball swung on and fouled away off the catcher, and to the backstop it goes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it remains on Narama. Yeah, fouled off. I don't know if he got the glove or he got the catcher's mask flush. Yamamoto didn't even flinch. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as Samori holds set. And the pitch on the way. Fastball breaks the bat, and it's looped down the first base line, and Hirose makes a great catch. And guess what? We got extra innings. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board. The bat almost went as far as the ball. And that is going to do it here in the 9th. We have a little extra break, not quite like the full 5-minute break. We're going to put the music on loop once again, refresh our beverage, and come on back for inning number 10 in just a few. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. 7-7's your score.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still waiting for the pitcher's change and the finish cleaning up the field here between the 9th and the 10th inning. So we'll come back in 30 with all the action right after this. It is 7-7 when we return. Welcome back, everybody. We got a pitching change coming up, and we'll get that for you in just a couple of moments. We appreciate you guys for hanging around with us. This game is marathon, 3 hours and 40 minutes, and clicking. We'll be back to give you more action in just a few. It is going to be Soji, Tanagawara, and Shudo to come to bat when we return after this. Well, we're just waiting on the confirmation of the pitching change because we know the fighters are going to their bullpen. Yes, it is going to be coming to bat Shoji, Tanagawara, and Shudo. This would be the part of the batting order that can use their legs to be able to get around the bases. We'll see what that is all about. It is a pitching change, and the fighters are bringing number 45. It's Ren Fukushima to the hill, so that always means it could be an adventure. As he, in my books, is going to be the 7th pitcher used tonight. So Ren Fukushima on in relief. And we are ready to resume the action on the first pitch to Shoji is a fastball that swung through and missed. Count as 0-1. Shoji tonight officially 1 for 3. He's got a single and 3 trips. He's also walked and scored the tying run at 7. There's a fastball that bounces up to the plate, and the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Shoji taps both sides of the plate. Waiting on the offering from Fukushima. The pitch is a fastball at the knees for a called strike, and now the count goes to 1-2. Fukushima, I'm not sure how tall he is, but he is a lot more lanky than some of your tall and lanky than some of your other players in Japan. There's a fastball swung on and sliced foul into the seats down the third base line, and the count is 1-2. It's not the rotation, it's the batting order. It's 9-1-2 in the batting order that is coming to bat. So that's where we're at. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is going to get lifted into left field, but it's going to hang up enough in the air. Underneath it is Rodolfo Castro, who's been all over the field tonight. And he's going to haul that one in with a big smile on his face. Gone for out number 1 is Shoji. That's going to bring up the top of the order. And Kenta Tanegawara. Well, for Tanegawara, he came in to replace Tomoya Masaki as a runner in the 8th inning. So this is his first plate appearance tonight. And the first pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is quickly 0-1. Thank you to Achilles and also to Sosi. I think that's what it is. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2 to Tanegawara. No balls and 2 strikes. Yukio Shuda waiting his turn on deck. Hawks would like to get a base runner aboard. Fastball swung through and missed. And that was man against boys right there as Tanegawara is retired for the second out of the inning, and that's going to leave it up to Yukio Shuda. Well, for Shudo, he comes to the plate. He is officially 2 for 4 tonight. He's got 2 singles. He's also had a sacrifice fly that has driven in a run. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball missing way outside. The count is 1-0. Speedy Shudo, 30 years old. I would argue and say that he is right at the top of his game right now. Fastball misses upstairs. Count goes to 2-0. We enjoy doing it. We started doing the late night calls about 5 years ago. Fastball cut on the inside corner for a called strike. The count is now 2-1. Just had fun. We were having fun with the YouTube channel, obviously, with the 2020. We all know what was going on there. I think we started in 2020 or 2021. Fastball lifted foul on the left field line, and the count goes to 2-2 on Shudo. I forget now. It was either 2020 or 2021 we started calling games. Just have a blast with it. Good audience. People like to come in and listen. 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball misses way upstairs. It's now 3-2 to Shudo. If he comes to bat, you got Kondo on deck, and you got to think that Shudo would be a candidate to be put in motion. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count remains at 3-2. We sometimes slip in some MLB games. We did games in the Classic. But for the most part, we prefer the NPB. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined into left field. Diving is Castro, and he makes a great catch. Unbelievable. Rodolfo Castro lays out to be able to rob Shudo. If that ball would have got down and by him, that would have been who knows how many bases Shudo would have ran for. But that is going to do it here for out number 3 in the inning. They go quietly, do the Hawks. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. Your scores, we move to the bottom of the 10th inning. We're stuck at 7s. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll find out in just a few if the fighters can bring it home. Mizuno, Gunji, and Kiyomiya to come to bat when we return.
Do you hear that? My sanity about to break while everyone I know's out. On a trip, on a boat, on a lake. I'm tired of feeling all FOMO. Babe, I don't even care if we stay home. Put our to-do list on ice. We crank the AC to 79 and make
Well, we were able to get ourselves a hot coffee, and we're going to try to keep this one going for the bottom of the 10th. We'll be back in just a couple moments Appreciate you guys for listening in on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the order to come to bat for the Fighters here in inning number 10. It'll be Mizuno, Gunji, and Kiyomiya as they will be facing, looks like a relief pitcher. It looks like it's Darwinzon Hernandez, but we'll get confirmation here in just a moment. That looks like who they will be turning the ball over to. Pretty sure that is who it is, but we'll just wait here. Or maybe not. Let's give us a moment here and we'll get the rank number. It is Hernandez, just the way that he moves. And the first pitch to Mizuno, a fastball that barrels in on the hands. At 97 miles an hour that he swings and fouls away. The count is quickly 0-1. We saw Hernandez in last night's ball game. As he is on again, there's another fastball swung on and missed. The count now quickly 0-2, so no balls and 2 strikes. Tatsuki Mizuno. Achilles thinks I was on the media team. Not so much. There's a fastball swung on. It's going to be blooped into center field for a base hit. The pitch was way too good at 0-2, and there's a base hit there for Mizuno. And that's slated to bring Yuya Gunji to the plate, but I don't think Gunji is in the order anymore. I want to say it's Uetamiya in that spot. And we got to this spot yet to see where it is, but it is Uetamiya. We saw Tamiya earlier this year struggle to get a bunt down. Well, this is redemption time right here, as it's Tamiya and then Kiyomiya to follow. So I would have to think it is bunt central here. So buckle up. No media training. Everything here that we've done is, as they flip a ball over to first base and easily getting back as Mizuno, everything has been learned on our own in the last 5 years. It's been a blast. Don't know anything about any of this stuff. We're just sitting back watching the games and figured, you know what, let's start calling the games. Watching them anyway. Might as well give you some commentary and enjoy it along with some other people who like the Japanese league, whether they gamble, whether they like the baseball, whether they are the casual fan. Just makes it all the more fun. So Uetamiya, this is his first at bat. He's already squaring. He's showing bunt, trying to get the runner over to second base. So Hernandez is going to be tough to bunt on. Oh, it's a fastball that comes up and in, and he pops it up. Oh, and he goes down like a house of cards. I don't know if he fouled it off himself. Oh, unbelievable. So no balls and 1 strike. I got to tell you that low, I wouldn't call him low 3/4 anymore. I thought at first Hernandez was low 3/4. He's almost sidearm. So sidearm coming in on a lefty. The ball is, he's working from the first base side of the rubber. He gets down, and the ball, it looks like it's coming right at you. Jeez, hope you got good life insurance. Because Uetamiya, got to be one worried dude up there. You got to stand in against this hard-throwing lefty who's bringing it up to the plate at 95, 96, 97 miles an hour. So no balls and 1 strike it is. He squares again. This time he bunts, and he fouls it away. So now we're in the hole at 0-2. Let's see if the big boss is going to keep the bunt on. As far as I'm concerned, you're in this situation. You got to get the job done. Don't go away from it. You strike out. But if you got to get it in place somehow to try to get that runner over. Bottom of the 10th inning, Fighters, Hawks locked at 0s. Mizuno aboard on a bloop single to start the inning. Yua Tamiya in the hole at 0-2 as he's fouled off 2 bunt attempts. Kentaro Kiyomiya waiting his turn on deck as the fighter is looking to come from a 6-0 deficit to win this one. And he is bunting again, and he gets it down, and this time it's back to the pitcher, but it's a good one. And over to second goes Mizuno, but he's going to have to stay there. So Tamiya, in a clutch situation, sacrifice, it's going to go in the books, 1-4 on the putout. He's gone for the first out of the inning, advancing to second's Mizuno, and that's going to bring up to the plate Kentaro Kiyomiya. And for Kiyomiya, well, he's had a weird night tonight. Now, the error in the field, he got picked off at first base. He's been hit by a pitch. And he's officially 1 for 3 at the plate. So he stands in here ready for his turn against Darwinzon Hernandez. So all the calamity that he had early in the game could be all for naught. First pitch fastball comes inside, but they say that he attempted to swing at it. Oh my goodness. Unplayed umpire. He's making up calls, pulling him out of the rabbit's hat tonight. They don't even want to show that one on the replay. It was so bad. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses in. Might as well appeal it again because he's trying to get out of the way, and they said he went after the pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jonathan says, let's bang on this Red Sox reject. I got to tell you, though, somebody's going to want Hernandez. You got a lefty who can throw 95 to 98 on the left side. He's got to come back to Major League Baseball at some point. But in saying that, he's going to have a better command of his pitches. There's a fastball that comes right up at the head of Kiyomiya, and it goes all the way to the backstop. And now Mizuno is 90 feet away from home plate with 2 balls and a strike on Kiyomiya. Yeah, the rabbit might be wearing the hat here, that's for sure. Oh, another fastball up around the head of the batter. We've seen that about 3 times tonight. Buckle up, boys. The chin music is in full sound. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball misses up and away. It's now 3-1. Well, the way it's going right now, the infield is in, the outfield is in. Oh, I not a wild pitch to end the game. Can you believe that? Say it loud enough, we might speak it into existence. Here's the 3-1. And it's a breaking ball that's waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 3-2. You got Franmil Reyes looming on deck. Can't make this stuff up. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. Grounded through the 4-hole into right field, and that is going to do it. Kentaro Kiyomiya is going to walk this off. And that is going to make the final score 8-7 in favor of the Fighters. As Mizuno crosses the plate, he is mobbed by his teammates. A walk-off RBI single to win the ball game. 1 run in the inning, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. Your final score is the Fighters with an 8-7 victory. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back to wrap it up for you in just a couple of moments. What a game this was. Not what I had on my bingo card tonight, and I'm sure a lot of other people would probably say the same thing. We're right back after this.
Well, you got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Well, everybody, we're going to wrap this one up for you, but we're going to give you the rundown of this ball game here. It was all Hawks to get things going. In the fourth inning, they scored 4 times. A leadoff walk to Ryoya Kurihara, and there was a single off the bat of Yuki Yanagita. And then Yudai Yamamoto stepped up and had a sacrifice fly to bring home Ryoya Kurihara with the first run of the game. Taisim Hakahara then walked, and then a 3-run homer off the bat of Ryuta Hirose gave the Hawks a 3-0 lead. They added to their lead in the fifth inning as Yukio Shudo led off with a single. With 1 out, Ryoya Kurihara singled home Shudo to make the scoreline 5-0. And then it was Yuki Yanagita doubling home Kurihara to make the scoreline at that point in time 6-0, and that's where it stood. It looked like that the Hawks were on their way to an easy victory. Well, in the bottom of the fifth inning, the Fighters responded with 1 out, a single by Castro, a single by Isobata, and up-stepped the pinch hitter Yuma Imagawa, and he deposited a 3-run homer into the left field bullpen. That cut the lead to 6-3. Well, in the seventh inning, the Fighters loaded the bases. Yuki Nomura singled, a walk to Rodolfo Castro after a flyout by Ryohei Hosokawa. It was a single off the bat of Imagawa again, and then up stepped Tatsuki Mizuno, and he delivered a grand slam home run to put the Fighters up ahead 7-6. But the Hawks responded back in their half of the eighth with 1 out, a walk to Shoji, a single off the bat of Tanagawara, and then a sacrifice fly off the bat of Shudo brought home the run to make the scoreline 7-7. And that is where we stood all the way until inning number 10. And it was with Tatsuki Mizuno being the fire starter. He led off with a single. Yua Tamiya bunted him to second. Gitaro Kiyomiya grounded a ball on a 3-2 pitch into right field for a base hit. And that made the scoreline at that point in time 8-7, and that was your final tonight in this one. The win goes to Ren Fukushima. He picks up the win on the season, and the loss goes to Darwinson Hernandez in this one here tonight. Once again, everybody, we appreciate you guys for listening in. We thank you guys for hanging out here with us tonight. 8-7 your final. We'll be back on the airwaves again tomorrow. It'll be 10 o'clock Pacific. It'll be 1 a.m. Eastern. Hopefully you guys can join us for that one as well. Have a great night, everybody. We'll look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Thanks again for stopping in, all of our friends who were listening here tonight. Have a great night, everybody.